morning. Hello. Welcome. Welcome back. Welcome home. I don't know. I don't think that's the right word. Hello, Nano. Hello, Messier. Hello, Face Your Fear. Hello, Cabbage. You were definitely the first person in chat. Good evening. Hello. Whatever greeting is appropriate. Wobble Dobsy, what's poppin'? Life's poppin'. I don't know. Messier, I'm editing a poem as this comes live. Good. It's good to be editing and doing poems. I was editing a poem this morning. It's got to be on its fourth version. Not even revisions, versions. It started as a poem and then it turned into a super condensed brevity thing, and then it turned into a mediocre prose poem. And then now I think prose poem is the angle for this poem, for this story I want to tell. So it's going to be a prose poem, and I was working on prose poem version 2, poem version 4 this morning. And it still sucks. I also wrote another poem right before stream about my 16-year-old dog who's dying. He's not really dying yet. He's just 16, so it's it's soon, you know? It's he's not well, I don't know. 16-year-old dog throwing up again. He looks happy most days. Prancing. Can't jump up on the sofa anymore without help. And he is helped. And he is loved. Until the day he dies, he will die, but he is alive. And he looks happy. I can only think he looks happy. It's called Luigi because that's the name of this dog. His name is Luigi. I was playing with the idea of going back and forth, line to line, and one line being something positive and one line being something negative, and being able to alternate between those tonalities on a line to line basis. And I thought, I'm not sure how well I set up that idea in the first half, but when I get to the end, he is alive and he looks happy. Good, positive connotation. I can only think he looks happy. Based on the pattern, this is a negative idea, even though this line in itself maybe isn't inherently negative. It casts the spin of do I really know? And there's a sort of tragedy in that, is this creature, suffering? It can't be known. Does this thing enjoy its life, one of those things that I really struggle with about the idea of owning a pet, not my thing. When I am not living with my family, I don't think I will have pets of my own. That being said, I think it's also very morally good to save an animal from a shelter or so. It's gonna die probably. So tricky things, those ethics. They get more confusing the more you think about them. One must imagine the dog happy. Exactly. Yeah, he's been rolling his boulder through life for 16 years of dog existence. What people say a dog year is 7 human years, which is dumb or whatever. But I think that would make him 6 times 7 is 42, 112. Yeah, a venerable soul, truly. I posted, Imogen. You posted. You shared something for me to read on stream? If so, excellent. And I would be very excited. Hey there, hate to bother. Could you let me know if there's a chance you look at my submission on lunch break at work? If not, yeah, gotcha. Weekends are more flexible than weekday streams. Today, I'm almost certainly starting with a poem. I'm in a poem mood. That is as much as I can say for sure, is that I will be looking at a poem first. I think we've looked at yours pretty recently, and, it's more likely that a Nikki or a Callie or a Cabbage gets read before you. I feel like we should read some Cabbage today. Or like Face Your Fear. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. I do want to return to that Face Your Fear. Like I, I, I crave that kind of energy. I've been doing some whack ass world building. I was doing some of that this morning and last night when I couldn't sleep. And I feel like I'm craving the strange. So background on the weird world building. I am for an RPG campaign, because I'm going to make the whole system from the ground up around the setting and the premise. Where the world is flooded by a biblical, mythological, Vedic scale flood, right? And the majority of Earth's landmass is covered. Mountains and high areas remain. Las Vegas, half of it survives because we are at a very high elevation, or we're at, 3,200 feet or something, and the water level goes to like 3,000 feet. Or something like that. I don't remember the numbers. And the whole world gets super weird. People get super like religious fundamentalist and zealous in this setting because there's like this whole religious flood, and everyone claims that it's their religion's flood and it's their apocalypse and their revelation. So you get all these like crazy wacko people. And Las Vegas renames itself to just Sin, and the city is called Sin. And it's like this pirate haven, smugglers, drugs, nightclubs, queer as fuck, and this is the idea, right? And in the world, in preparation for the big flood, because people could kind of see it coming for a number of reasons, a bunch of people made cities, like floating cities that are boats. They are boat cities large enough to be like a full self-sustaining, self-contained economy with like, like 10,000 people or whatever. And part of that, in association with Sin, Las Vegas, there was a boat city created called the Nine Circles, which is a floating den of vice and avarice and all things sinful. And in terms of, people becoming hyper religious, zealous kind of caricatures of themselves, it is presided over by like an evil non-binary twink who wears like a fur coat made of extinct animals and like thigh-high leather boots and like a cowboy hat with like exotic bird feathers on it, and he calls himself Satan. That's what I've been world building about. I'm very excited about this evil queer Satan in my world. So that's why I think I'm excited by strange things like Face Your Fears writing kind of exists in the same modality. Yeah. Y'all been sending things. There's a dude on Threads arguing with poets that heartbreak can't be orange. Or like throwing oatmeal at walls. Dude, wait, what do you mean heartbreak can't be orange? Like it has to be a specific color? Send him Mock Orange by Luis Gluck. Although it's not totally a heartbreak poem, it's from that place. That's absurd. Imogen, I got drunk off milk. Yeah. I trust the writer's barely disguised fetish. Yes, Wobble Dopsy. You reviewed my submission this past Friday. Yeah. I know. I feel like there are lots of people. It's usually like at earliest a week between, unless I'm feeling generous to a particular person. Also, my Twitch is starting to shit itself. Yeah, that happens. Heartbreak can only be orange if you're breaking out of jail after your ex incarcerated you in a cell of manipulation and regret. That's a bar, Callie. That's a bar. You were wearing the orange jumpsuit of love, and now you have cast it off and freed yourself from the shackles of abuse. Love that places you in a cell of well, as you said, a cell of manipulation and regret. Holy shit, that's great. Um, Orange or acidic? Yeah, love is acidic, certainly. If you do actually read one of my poems, I recommend What is Good Poetry, Good Company, or Reminiscence. Awesome. What is poetry? And Ars Poetica is that form, sort of. And Ars Poetica is the word for a poem that is about the nature of poetry in some way, literally the art of poetry. So I like those. I've written a number of Ars Poetica. Yeah, non-binary twink Satan with thigh highs is one hell of a hook. Absolutely. And I think in some way that so I know that my campaign is starting in sin, because it provides this center point between New Zion, which is like Utah, and a Mormon America that has like become like a religious, like a theocracy, this sort of like loose confederation of states on the Pacific that are like communist, basically. And then Bendita, which is like a Catholic cult in South and Central America. And I think, and then like access to the ocean and pirates and stuff. So I don't know if I'm going to start the campaign with like the characters genuinely interacting with Satan themselves, or or whether they will be more of a character in the background. But I love them as a character, so I don't know. Um, Someone wrote a poem starting with "My heartbreak is orange," and he's arguing it's gibberish. Yeah, I mean, all poetry is gibberish. He's got a point there. I feel like, it's gibberish, but we choose to love it. So he just doesn't have that love in him. Maybe he was heartbroken in an orange way. Give him some credit, cut him some slack. He could be really, really going through it right now. Be generous to me. I'm clearly the favorite. Are you saying that to me? That you're my favorite? I don't have favorites. The classic teacher response, I have this throng of students about me or something, and no, I do not have a favorite one. And all the students think, no, the teacher has a favorite student. That's how this works. There's always a favorite. I truly don't have a favorite chatter. And I will maintain that. At least at the moment. Maybe I've had favorite chatters before. I'm not sure. I don't remember. How is the Pacific in the New World? East Asia is very non-existent, right? Sort of like most of things like Indonesia and Vietnam and Myanmar and all of this, and Thailand, and all of this is mostly gone. Japan is pretty much just Mount Fuji, and I think there's a small nation on it called Fuji. Africa, I think, has like some of the largest contiguous landmass, along with the west coast of America, because you have the Sierras and the Rockies. And then you have like the very long Andes. Europe is decimated. There is no Europe in the world. It's just boats and a few mountaintops. So the Alps are not that tall. So yeah, others feel blue, but in the world of poetry, we feel orange. Yeah. What color? So we're saying that heartbreak is orange in this instance. I'm trying to think of the last heartbreak that I had. I sort of have this problem where like I've historically broken other people's hearts, but I would say I've had one like fairly recent heartbreak, like a year ago, sort of. It was weird. It was like a mutually assured destruction kind of situation. I think that heartbreak was violent and angry, not physically violent. We were a long distance thing, but it exploded. So like oranges and reds maybe make sense. It wasn't a blue situation. It wasn't a green situation. Uh, it could have been like a red orange, smoldering. So I see the orange thing. Other heartbreaks, no. I think that's my only heartbreak. I think otherwise I've dumped people a lot because I'm a bad person. They don't have a favorite chatter at the moment, which means the position is up for grabs. You did hear that correctly, Wobble Dobsy. The position is up for grabs. He was manipulated to think that orange doesn't exist and regrets watching Orange is the New Black because it's burned into his memory and now has to search for a new favorite movie. Exactly. He's in denial about orange. And so whenever someone speaks to the idea of orange, he has to fight against it. That's important. I wrote a poem a year ago that started with the line, "My ache is lemon yellow." Yeah, so it resonated. That makes sense. I mean, it's cool to see people doing the things we do. You like the mouthfeel of lemon yellow. Yeah, I like lemon yellow more than my ache is lemon. Unless you went somewhere with lemon. Lemon is too like, huh? For me. But like lemon yellow, I'm like, purr. Canonically, I often feel green, as white cabbage often tend to be. There's some poetry there, cabbage. Feeling green as white cabbages often tend to be. In terms of general emotional state, green I think might be a fucking like chainsaw going on outside, like cutting down a tree or something. Holy shit. That's really... That's gonna be great. Love having that on stream. Anyway, I think I'm green a lot. I might be blue. I'm like a green-blue kind of thing. There's this color that's in like the Scottish language, I think, that I'm totally forgetting the name of. I think it's gouache. Glas. Typing into my computer. Gouache. And then it's hard because it gives you like glass color when you look it up. But it means, what it literally means is like the color of the sea. And so it's like, this gray, blue, green, a Welsh. Early concept of the Celtic color term gouache in Welsh and its later semantic diversification. Yeah. Anyway, I love colors like that. For a long time, I would tell people that my favorite color is gouache because I thought that was just such a cool idea, right? Gouache refers to a spectrum of colors, primarily green, blue, and gray, with historical significance, right? And it's like untranslatable. That being said, I don't think I feel gouache. I'm too far from the ocean to say that like on a regular basis I feel that way. And like I love the ocean, and I think the ocean is like gotta be like one of the most beautiful things. But I'm too far from it. So there's that. I just translated it. Well, we translate approximations, I think. We can translate words, but we cannot translate ideas well. Yeah. Right, but like it's an approximation of like an idea that has much more meaning. It's like I was reading, so I just finished Braiding Sweetgrass, this book about Native Americans and ecology and reciprocity and gratitude and these kinds of things, and science. And at times, Robin Wall Kimmerer, the author, uses these words that come from Native American languages. and she'll say like, you know, this word means sunrise, but this word sunrise is laced with an immense cultural and historical context that makes it mean so much more. And it's connected to the idea of like birth and the first day of creation, and it's connected to like the idea of this and this and this. And on like a word to word analog, right, these things become untranslatable because I think, you know, the notion of a word, a single word that means a great broad definition, is not aptly translated in a sentence, right? If I say glash versus something like the idea of the color of the sea, you know, blue, green, gray spectrum of colors, it's like, but that's not the same as a single word that, you know, right? Gosh. uh, that's that's my answer. That's why translation, I think, is very beautiful. That's also why I think translation is an art and not like a mechanical thing. I think that's why people should really shy away from using something like AI to translate their work, because languages are vibrant and full of life and feeling, right? And and each language has unique ways of communicating ideas that often seem very like unintuitive, and direct translations usually like fail to capture those things. And that's why like people who are specialized in translation are, I think, very valuable, and why I would love to know language and be able to translate, but uh, I don't. I know English. I guess orange is a color destined to me by fate, as Twitch randomly chose orange as my name color. And now orange, normal green, seafoam green, and my favorite color, a purplish blue, the background of my profile picture, are the four colors that represent this online persona. You can always change your, you can always change the color of your Twitch name. So you're not stuck with orange, right? Like, I think mine is always pink because I chose that to go with the rest of the channel, which is predominantly pink, right? When I go to like these screens and stuff, there's like pink and all that, right? All right, whom are we analyzing today? Did anyone do a me next? I think many people did a me next. uh, Not like we can invest channel points into stock. We should have like a channel point stock market. I guess that's what there's like you can do a prediction on Twitch, right? And you can be like, uh, and you can have people like pay channel points into it or something. Uh, uh, yeah, I think I'm leaning toward, what am I leaning toward? I think I'm leaning toward coal or cabbage. Uh, yeah, see, Callie's purple now. I'm leaning toward cabbage and face your fear, I think is what I'm doing. Who needs to be serious when the sun is crying daily? We gotta find a way to shield Mother Earth from the tears before Daddy Papa drowns the world in citrus melancholy. Yes, Callie. We do need that. Asher. Oh my gosh. Hi Jenny, I cannot stay for long, but do you think I should write my favorite English teacher a poem or draw him a picture? He's an English teacher and is leaving teaching to do art. Both? Some collective piece of art, a singular work that is poem and art piece that represents a transition from one thing to the next, a motion from one expressive medium to another, you know, the change and the beautiful development of life as it unfolds in new directions. That's what I think. Yeah. So concrete poetry? No, like a diptych. A diptych of image and text, right? Like two things that cannot stand on their own but must be tied together, you know. Yeah. Um Oh, and now you're blue again, Callie. Good job. Excellent. Always thought orange fits. Yeah, then keep the orange. That's chill. I do not feel spoken to because I'm more of a prose guy. Yeah. Well, you do something prose like. You do something very innovative. I'm not sure. 900 words. That's chill. Blah 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 blah. People saying words. Thank you for resubscribing. Be that wrecked. That's super cool. So graffiti title and poem underneath is what you're suggesting? Sure. Yeah. I don't know. Like pop off. However, how I just think it's cool, right? When we have access to multiple art forms to bring them together in unique and novel ways and I think that since it both applies to you and this teacher who you are trying to, you know, send off, it fits really nicely. Fits very nicely. Uh, Face your fear, coal or cabbage. Um, are either of you only here for like the first part of stream? Because I think I want to read the two of your things. I take that back. I'm starting with poetry because that's what I want to do. I'm going to read something from Cabbage. And you said to read Reminiscence or the Ars Poetica or the other one. Good Company, a true Shakespearean sonnet. I think maybe, probably not. And then you have a bunch of things. Oh my gosh, you've sent so many things. And you have What is Poetry? I don't think I want to read What is Poetry. I think I want to read Reminiscence. That sounds very evocative, right? Yeah, Cole means cabbage in German, but you wanted me to call you cabbage, not Cole. So there's that. Um, so that mean anyone with the name Kohl, their name is like cabbage? That's pretty wild. That's pretty sick. Um, it's like I've known people with the last name and the first name Cole. That just means your name's Cabbage. I mean, my last name, my real last name, means like little shepherd in a language, so that's pretty neat. My first name means like maiden, because I was more into the feminine when I came out as trans. But you know, my old name, my prior name, meant good man or kind man, all coming from Gaelic. My name means Broom Hills. That's fucking dope. Uh, do I play songs singing? I play songs singing when I do not have a camera pointed at me. I will definitely say that. I do play the saxophone. I'm a good saxophonist. I am a piss poor pianist. I might be an even worse singer, but I'm good at saxophone. That much I'm fairly confident about. Yeah. I need to wipe off my screen for my iPad. Where's my water? There's my water. Important to hydrate. And to hydrate the screen. To wipe it off. Sax solo when? I've done some streams. I was doing them for a bit, and then I got scared when I got hate rated during one of them. I was doing some streams where I was playing saxophone and looping, putting it through a looping station, and like making like basically ambient music live. I haven't done that in a while, but I super dig that, and I think it's super stoked and cool. Um, but yeah, I just haven't done so in a while. I never hear of hate rates for a long time. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, it happens, I guess. But I had my Discord link public, so sort of on me, I guess. But nah, it wasn't a big deal. Uh, I mean, at least to me, I guess. I'm not bothered by hate from people. That's too much effort. Hydrate? Who's Drake? You're Drake. Anyway, how can you do the improvisation poetry about something mundane, or at random when one gets chosen? So when I do the improvised poetry, um, I'm a triple instrumentalist. Yeah, kind of. When I do the improvised poetry, um, I think I can do it kind of about anything. It's, I mean, I guess I have a lot to say about improvising poetry and ways to go about that. Often, often, when I do that, I mean, so I speak it. I don't know if you've been here when I did one. I did one like a couple streams ago because someone redeemed it. Uh, but no, usually, I mean, sometimes people have redeemed it and been like, improvise a poem about this, or they'll like give me like a line, uh, and then I just like go from there. Sometimes they don't, and I just have to figure it out and like conjure inspiration, which is very difficult. Um, uh, Usually it's best with a theme and a refrain and something to return to, just from like the technical perspective of if you're like pulling a poem just out of the ether, right? If you're pulling a poem out of the ether, uh, being able to return to an idea and then go somewhere else and then work back to the idea and then go somewhere else and work back to the idea gives the poem like a nice structured stability, so it doesn't feel just like completely unmoored and unhinged. And because I think that the dangerous thing about an improvised poem, which is sort of different than freestyle rapping, is an improvised poem is very liable to like sound unhinged, like a rant, like just you're saying a bunch of random things, because like freestyle rap gets carried by uh, meter and rhythm, and it places it within a structure that you don't get with poetry or just like spoken word on its own. And it's generally easier to speak slowly when you're improvising poetry, at least for me, because like, oh my gosh, have to come up with words, right? So, that's the shtick. Um, would I want you to redeem that and set something up? I mean, it's certainly a choice, and your choice, right? I don't Depends. It really works either way. And the iPad is like being the iPad and weird as usual. But we're here. And we're going to read the poem. We're going to read the poem sent in by the illustrious Cabbage, Damp Fender Cole. And we're going to talk about it. We're going to analyze it. And chat is always welcome to provide their own thoughts and stuff and comment and critique and questions and such. And I will ask you before we begin, Cabbage, if you have any questions, things you would like me to focus on. I think you might have said, it doesn't really have meaning, but I was picturing some video game or Indiana Jones situation with a cursed artifact. All right. But if you have any questions, things you're looking for critique on, all of that is welcome and encouraged at this time before we dive into this work. How about a poem about returning to a shop that you spent a lot of time as a kid? Oh, that's a cool prompt. That's a really sick prompt, Face Your Fear. Yeah. Oh, they actually redeemed the poem? Oh, they redeemed oh, you redeemed that I see. I totally missed that. I just totally missed the redeem. That explains like so much why you were like asking about it. Thank you, Nikki. Okay, hold on. Welcome, Sulfur Sandy. Okay, you redeemed Imogen improvises a poem. That's beautiful and lovely, and such a wonderful thing to have on this morning. Fuck. Okay, so you said, how about a poem returning to a shop that you have spent a lot of time in as a kid? Okay, I need to think. I need to think about the place. I don't know if it has to be a shop necessarily, but a place that I spent a great deal of time. I'm back at the counter where I learned that the world could be magical. Given a hand of spells and 10 free cards that I cherished. Like treasure, like a tome of something new, something novel, something that gave me magic. Standing at the counter with strange looking gemstones, dice shaped in shapes I had never seen before. Standing at the counter in front of a man, a wizard, sharing all that he had learned. I'm back there again. Every single time I look into the world and see its beauty, stare out at a sunset and see the blood-red gemstones dipping over the sea. I am back every time. An old door beckons at me like something might be hiding behind, like I might kick it down and find an adventure in my life. I'm back every time I feel dissatisfied. Every time I find myself dreaming, I find myself back. Standing in a potion maker's shop, a place of the arcane, laughter bubbling up from behind, long tables where friends feast on ideas, a place that would become mine, where I would spend nights and days slinging spells and playing as knights and dames. A place that I would say goodnight to. That I would leave for another land, a new adventure, but was the start of my journey. I'm standing there again. At Game Night Games. There's my improvised poem for you. What a lovely prompt. What a lovely little prompt. I haven't thought about that place for a long time. There's a little game store in Utah called Game Night Games. My mom brought me and my older sibling there when we were like 6 years old, because she knew that we were very like creative and into like fantasy and stuff, and she wanted to get us into D&D because she thought that would be like a good thing for us. And so I remember we went in, greeted by this very kind employee named Henry, and he, you know, right there created a story for us to play. And he's like, okay, you can be, a wizard or an archer or a sneaky rogue thief, or you can be a wizard. And I chose wizard, and my sibling chose a rogue. And he's like, okay, you have like a fireball spell, and you have a dagger and whatever. And then he put some goblins in front of us, and we're playing right there. And he's like, you have a D20, you get a D4, you get D6s. And we were doing it, right? And then we had also been playing Magic the Gathering for a little bit, and because a friend had gotten my sibling into it. And so he gave us each like 10 free cards from like a bulk box. And I thought that was so cool. I'm like, he's just giving us cards, and they're like random like commons or whatever. And it just, obviously it's stuck with me until now, because Magic and D&D have become like two super important parts of my life, and my best friends that I still, I've been playing D&D with the same group of friends for 8 years now or something. We go back to middle school. And all of that kind of traces back to that one place. So an excellent prompt. And I was doing something fun in there. I liked the knights, the knights and dames, the knights and days, and then it ends as game night games. I thought that was kind of clever. So yeah, that's the Imogen improvises a poem redeem. I really like it having a prompt. I definitely prefer that from people just like dropping me into it. Can I repeat it all? I'm back there again. In the place where... No. It's funny. That's funny. You can repeat it endlessly with Twitch's clip function. Or Twitch's highlight function. VODs. Anyway. A bit of a distraction. From the poem we were about to start. But a welcome one, and a lovely one. I thank you so much, Nikki, for pointing out that they redeemed the redeem. I genuinely didn't see it, and was just going on. So much appreciated. Yeah. Okay. I asked you a second ago, Cabbage, if you have any questions about this poem that we're about to read. If you have any things you'd like me to focus on, questions, ideas, themes, things to prime me, welcome but not necessary. And if not, let me know and we'll just dive straight into the poem. This is the poem that never ends. It just goes on and on, my friends. That's life, right? The poem that never ends. It doesn't. People who think you die are lying to you. I have to occasionally moderately moderator type moderations, and that was a good one. That was a great moderation of moderation. Here's Reminiscence by Cabbage, by Damp Fender Cole. No questions, just the usual rhetorical ones. And I'd like you to view it from the perspective of something written without much thought behind it. I'm afraid I will still read into it as much as I read into anything. Because the amount of thought put into something has no bearing on how much thought I put into something. And some might find that foreign and scary. But no, I love to, as some would say, overanalyze. Oh, spirits, will you lay me now to rest? For my time in this world is nearly done, and merely there is a glimmering sparkling crest that I then on my foolish quest had won, that will remind the world that I once lived. Now I stand in my tomb and cannot lie. That life was, at its peak, no valiant gift, and one which I could never not deny. The spirits now come at my inquiry, and vow to take my soul into their land. I feel that they are here, though I can't see how much there are, if it's one or a band. I should have never taken that cursed ring, as now the wind, my requiem, will sing. Reminiscence. Lovely, yeah. So very adventurous. It's funny that I was sort of prompted to end up improvising this D&D poem before starting this one, right? Because we have the glimmering treasure and the tomb and the spirits and valiant stuff, the soul and the spirits and the cursed ring, right? So it makes me think of D&D, or as you said, Indiana Jones taking the cursed idol and all of that kind of stuff. Lovely and evocative, right? And storytelling, right? I think in a similar way to the last poem of yours that we read, right? Storytelling. We're moving through a narrative and telling that through a poem, which not everyone can do and is not necessarily an easy thing to do. Although I think verse has a nice way of carrying storytelling. We can think of the great epics or Shakespeare, because it just gives the whole thing like a natural rhythm kind of behind it. And then we read the story within that space once we're kind of used to it. I like I stand in my tomb and cannot lie. Now I stand in my tomb and cannot lie, that life was, at its peak, no valiant gift. And you're saying that's a pun? Am I missing the pun? I stand in my tomb. Oh, cannot lie. Right, lie as in lie down, right? And stand as in not lying, right? Very clever. I stand in my tomb and cannot lie. I love the lie thing. I've done that a number of times in my poems. It's a nice little wordplay. I like big tombs and I cannot lie. You other corpses can't deny. Most of my poems, especially those wannabe sonnets with 14 verses, are like that in the sort of storytelling mode. Yeah. Wishing I didn't lose most of my writings. I like how you read things. Thank you. How did you lose your writings? That's very tragic. It's something that I was probably liable to do for a long time until I really sat down and organized them, and now they sit in a nice hard drive in my drawer. If any of you ever stalk me and come rob my house and break in, and you want to know where the poems are so you can take them all and claim that you're me, you go into the left drawer of my desk. The hard drive is there, and then you can upload all those files into Obsidian, and then you'll have all my poetry. Homelessness and destroyed HDDs. Yeah, that sounds incredibly hard. I was deeply paranoid about that, loss of my poetry for a long time. And that's losing so much. But right, our poetry has so much meaning that we carry with us that must be hard. But right, you haven't necessarily lost that poetry, in that all of that poetry has sort of built up into who you are as a writer and a person, as a poet, and everything that you write now is built off of all of those things that you've created before and reflects that progress you've made. So, and it's daunting to rebuild from very little, but it is possible. No pun there. This one's on you. I mean, yeah, totally meant it. Yeah, totally. Pun intended. The wordplay was intentional. Don't worry, I would just steal the E from everything. I'm glad. Okay, I'm gonna read it again to give it another read through, and then we can start to really dive into some of these details and all of that. Reminiscence. O spirits, will you lay me now to rest, for my time in this world is nearly done. And merely there's a glimmering, sparkling crest that on my foolish quest had won, that will remind the world that I once lived. Now I stand in my tomb and cannot lie, that life was at its peak no valiant gift, and one which I could never not deny. The spirits now come at my inquiry and vow to take my soul to their dead land. I feel that they are here, though I can't see how much there are, if it's one or a band. I should have never taken that cursed ring. And now the wind, my requiem, will sing. So, I think the image, right, is very beautiful. Oh, spirits, will you lay me now to rest, right? We can almost think of this poem as spoken out loud, right? It's something that we can almost think of this person in their death, whether these are their dying or their last words, speaking out to something that like later we understand, right? They cannot see, which is interesting. It's interesting that we switch kind of tenses in this poem, right? We go from, oh, spirits, will you lay me now to rest, for my time in this world is nearly done, and merely there's a glimmering, sparkling crest that I, then on my foolish quest, had won. So we're in this like I, me, you, first and second person talking conversational thing, right? Now I stand in my tomb and cannot lie, that life was at its peak no valiant gift, and one which I could never not deny. And this feels like it sort of starts to shift, right? This talking about oneself standing in the tomb doesn't feel quite as directed to the spirits. And then we go entirely to this other mode, right, of the spirits now come at my inquiry, right? As if, we're now talking to not the spirits, because we're saying the spirits, and before we were calling them you. And what this really makes me think of as a reader, and I already mentioned Shakespeare a second ago, talking about verse, is this feels very theatrical, right? It feels like a stage monologue, because we can have the actor upon our stage as we watch them, right? And first they're talking to the spirits, right? Oh, spirits, looking out into kind of nothing, right? Oh, spirits, will you lay me now to rest? And then maybe they turn more inward, more to the scene around them, right? Now I stand in my tomb and cannot lie, that life was at its peak no valiant gift, and one which I could never not deny. And then they turn almost to like the audience themselves, right? This parting, this departure from the stage, this exit, this final send-off. The spirits now come at my inquiry, right? Or talking back to nothing, or I like it speaking sort of toward the audience, and vow to take my soul into their land. I feel that they are here, though I can't see how much there are. If it's just one or a band, I should have never taken that ring. As now the wind, my requiem, will sing. And then they drop their head, and the lights go down, and the curtains close, right? Like, final scene and monologue of the play. They die, it's tragic, it's, all of those things, right? Fun fact, this is actually kind of inspired by Anne Boleyn's song, "Oh Death Rock Me Asleep." Interesting that she wrote shortly before she was executed, especially the first line. Huh. Okay, that's interesting. And for the record, those doubled up negations really took all my brain power to comprehend. Yeah, I still have to go back through and comprehend them. Second wife of King Henry VIII, and he's the king that, like, beheaded all his wives, right? They made like a, didn't they make a musical about that? It was called like Six or something, and it was about like the six wives who he killed, basically. I think. Anyway, very very theatrical, right? But let's see. "O Death, Rock Me Asleep," that she wrote before her execution. I want to look at this. I think it's cool to, yeah, Tudor era poem. Share my screen. Cover up Heidegger over here. Generally attributed to Anne Boleyn. Here's a picture. Oh, what a beautiful painting. Who did this? Edouard Cibot. Very French. I love paintings. I love art. Analysis. "O death, rock me asleep. Bring me to quiet rest. Let pass my weary, guiltless ghost out of my careful breast." Right. So we have "O death, rock me to sleep," and we have, "O spirits, will you lay me down to rest?" So makes a lot of sense, right? It's very much there, the resemblance. "Toll on the passage bell, ring out my doleful knell. Let thy sound my death tell. Death doth draw nigh. There is no remedy. My pains, who can express? Alas, they are so strong. My dolour will not suffer strength my life for to prolong. Toll on the passing bell, ring out my doleful knell. Let sound my death tell, for I must die. There is no remedy. Alone in prison strong, I wait my destiny. Woe worth this cruel hap, that I should taste this misery. Toll on the passing bell, ring out my doleful knell. Let thy sound my death tell. Death doth draw." I love that. Death tell, death doth draw nigh. That's lovely sound. There is no remedy. Farewell. Right. So we have this for farewell. We have this leaving. This now I die. Right. And I think that's very very reflected in the structure of your poem and the way that you write. So I think that's really cool. Could be an elaborate double meaning with spirits and alcohol. I feel like we should we should entertain that thought. Spirits as alcohol. That's kind of funny. There is like an idea of addiction, right, as something calling out to you, and the indulgence, right, in such a thing could be framed as a death, right? As one is trying to like quit an addiction, right? That the spirits are calling out, "I never should have taken that cursed ring," right? Almost like a symbolic, metaphorical object for like the temptation of the substance, the curse that has been placed upon them that they lived with until their death. That's a very fun interpretation, I think. Glimmering, sparkling crest. I mean, we have the idea of maybe like a bottle being a shiny, glimmering thing, sparkling. Crest, even sometimes like a bottle of wine will have these like elaborate crests on them. A foolish quest, right? And maybe there's even the "now I stand and cannot lie." Although maybe you couldn't stand if you were very drunk. The spirits now come at my inquiry and vow to take my soul into their land. Yeah, I feel like that it actually all kind of I can't see how much there are if it's one or a band, right? Perhaps the call of the addiction, "I will just drink one and it will be okay." But in truth, I don't know, and they may come as a band, and I may imbibe in the spirits many, and a band of spirits would be many rounds of drink, right? As now the wind my requiem will sing. It kind of works throughout, right? It really kind of does. Uh, I see your About Me says you're a musician. After losing all my lyrics, I transitioned to making music without vocals. In hindsight, I even moved away from beatboxing for a while. I uh I lost music for a long time, which is interesting, right? I was in music school. I was incredibly passionate and driven, and then I burnt out and like quit the saxophone for years, right? For years. And I'm finally coming back to it, and now I'm like playing in a band and like playing on my own and enjoying it. Experimenting with ambient music and looping, and poetry was actually just something that kind of took its place as a temporary thing that's now grown into much more. There's a crude joke to be made that I shan't. I'm not. That was so long ago that I'm not sure what it references. Uh, I really like that stage period, Shakespearean-esque stage play context. Gonna adopt that as the poem's canon. I think it works really well. To think about this character as someone embodied and someone, in a space. Uh, Macbeth, the knife soliloquy has been like living rent free in my head for the last month or so. And is this a knife in my hand or whatever? I don't know where it is. I think it's in Act 1 or something. I want to find it again because it maybe it's in Act 2. Uh, it's so cool, the idea of how like he's talking to the knife and it really exists within this space, and you can sort of have him, like talking to this object and this thing, but also like the space around him and like the context of the story. um let's see, I know we're talking about lots of other poetry and not reading this one, but is this a dagger? Is this a dagger which I see before me, the handle toward my hand? Come, let me clutch thee. I have thee not, and yet I see thee still. Art thou not, fatal vision, sensible to feeling as to sight? Or art thou but a dagger of the mind, a false creation proceeding from the heat-oppressed brain? I see thee yet, in form as palpable as this which I now draw. Thou marshalst me the way that I was going, and such an instrument I was to use. Mine eyes are made fools of the other senses, or else worth all the rest. I see thee still. And on thy blade a dudgeon gouts of blood, and dudgeon gouts of blood. Right? So he's like talking to this knife. And that's sort of uh what is happening. And then he hears the bell at the end. A bell rings. I go, and it is done. The bell invites me. So we have this like turn at the end of who he's talking to and the perspective of the poem itself. And that's a very theatrical thing to do, right? To turn to different places or to speak as the one thinking, or out into, actual space. So I like. um Lurk, I'm terribly sorry, but I've just heard that I will have to leave with haste. With haste. Very Shakespearean of you. Though I'll definitely come back later and rewatch the analysis. Yeah, we'll definitely keep going. I think we still have lots of things to talk about in this poem. I love to hear that. I'm a looping musician myself. Oh my gosh. That's fucking sick. Looping is so cool. I've also phased out of music a few times. Always come back. Same. I think I've come to define passions as those things that you continually come back to and that you can't let leave from your life, right? Rather than passion as something that, you're like pursuing above all else or entirely absorbed in or obsessed with, right? It's you're doing it, and then, it may ebb, it may slow down, it may go away for a time, but it doesn't leave you, right? And it's sort of this ingrained peace. So sounds like it's a passion. Despite that, I've managed to find meaning in bringing value to others through it. Fuck yeah, that's some of what it's about for sure. Music's your passion. Dope. I love that. Music and poetry are mine. I'm not sure which one more. I've had more time to prove that music is my passion, though. Man, do I love poetry. Okay, so let's come back to this poem. We'll put a little pin in the spirits alcohol interpretation, though I do really like it. I kind of want to read this in a way of like placing it within that theatrical space more. Uh, Placing this character and who they are, just because it's fun, I think, to do something like that. And this poem, offers a unique opportunity uh, to interpret it in a way that we don't normally get to interpret poetry. Because I think theater and theatrically inspired writing is, we'll say, it's been on the decline for about 200 years. And maybe only like 100 since like the television or whatever. When did the television drop? Does anyone just like have that kind of historical trivia off the top of their head? When that came out? I don't know. Anyway, since the television dropped, theater has been on the rapid decline. So we don't get to see stuff in that mode very often. Oh spirits, will you lay me now to rest? For my time in this world is nearly done. And merely there's a glimmering sparkling crest that I then on my foolish quest had won, that will remind the world that I once lived. So something I just thought maybe in this poem is that it's really, I think, oozing with a feeling of regret, right? So we're talking about the foolish quest had won. We're talking about I should have never, right? I should have never is pretty much just regret, right? I have done this thing to cause my own death. My own death, my own demise. And I think maybe there's a connection there with the whole like alcohol addiction, though it isn't always the case that people, cause their own addictions and such. Lots of other circumstances. But, I should have never done this thing. I regret this action that has caused my own death. And I think really an action that comes from like a position of like greed or desire, right? This glimmering, sparkling, right? We're describing it as, alluring, captivating. It's a ring, right? It's a treasure. And I mean, this kind of idea can be interpreted in so many directions, right? As a vast kind of thing. That which we pursue too far, and leads us to our demise, right? This is I mean, maybe this is also why it feels theatrical, because this is such a common idea in the tragedy, right? The Greek tragedy or the tragic play, right, is something that begins maybe as a pursuit that comes from something innocuous or benign, and then you pursue something too far and it twists and it becomes this cancerous growth that you cannot escape, and then it ends you, right? The pursuit of power, the pursuit of greatness. We can think of, the Julius Caesar overextending, the Roman Empire taking too much, right? Maybe this idea, which is so common in the Greek tragedy and the tragedy in general, of hubris, right? Or I think as the Greeks spelled is hybris, which I think is cooler. The pursuit beyond, right? What is needed. And then to have this sort of a spiritual, metaphysical, right, retribution. Metaphysical, right? Maybe another way to say that might be fate. I mean, fate is sort of the answer to hubris, right? You push and you take too much. You attempt to usurp fate itself, right? Usurp fate, usurp the gods, and then it snaps back, and you plummet, right? A story of hubris is Icarus trying to fly to the sun to try to do what no man has done before, to take the glittering gem in the sky that no one else has reached. So, and then the fate, or in this very like karmic way, you receive retribution. And I think spirits are a nicely vague representation of this kind of thing, right? This disembodied force, this almost like check on reality that says, humans, right? Humans must remain human. And they cannot transcend. And so often it is the spiritual, right? It is God, it is the angel, it is the spirit, it is the fates that sort of bring man back in line. So he cannot, escape or whatever. Escape his manhood to become something greater. And I think so that's another factor that gives it this theatrical feel, because all of those ideas go back to our poets Aeschylus and Sophocles, and those are the writers who then would inspire Western writing and Western theater all the way to modern times, certainly up to right, Shakespeare. And they would inspire the what's his name? Virgil? Not Virgil. The Roman guy? Who's the Roman guy that wrote the big poem? That's so bad. No, Virgil wrote odes. I'm reading this work. I'm sort of reading this work. Doesn't matter. No, not Homer. Homer was Greek. The Roman guy who told all the Greek stories and then talked about like the apotheosis of Caesar. Not Dante. Although Dante hung out with Virgil, right? um what is the work called? Oh my gosh, I'm like blanking. I'm No, not Diogenes, also a Greek. I love the Diogenes poll though. We love Diogenes. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter to the point I'm trying to make. But the great Roman Ovid, right? The Greeks would inspire Ovid, and Ovid would tell the stories of the Romans, and that's how we get these things of Caesar and of course all of that, and that history told beautifully. And then we get going on through time, and we get the whole like Dark Age and shit where not much is happening, and then we get Shakespeare, we get the Renaissance, and then we get Shakespeare, and then we go back to the classical time of Europe, and that's where these stories come from, right? In the Western canon, for better or for worse, and I guess sort of the intermediary of all that. Never mind. In the Western canon, right, it's a very linear thing where we have like the Greeks and they go to the Romans, and then there's this whole like Christian thing that happens, and then we get all these branches in the Renaissance where we get like, I think Dante was in the Renaissance, right, because he's like Italian, and then you get like the Shakespeare, and then you get like whatever. Who's the German guy, the big German poet who wrote Faust? That guy, right? All of this kind of emerges from that lineage and starts to take it off in different directions. I mean, like Dante literally talks about Virgil in his thing, right? Shakespeare is writing about Caesar, etc., etc., etc. Faust is a book, that follows all of this tradition as well. Goethe, thank you. We're doing bad with names today, but so it goes. Goethe. I need to finish Faust, or restart Faust, I guess. Yeah. So in a way, this poem exists, comfortably within that tradition, and even if it's sort of been created like ambiently, right? It's been told in a sonnet, and probably by someone who reads sonnets. I think anyone who's writing sonnets in the modern day probably reads sonnets. And so that sort of taps it into all of this lineage and all of this time, and I think it's no surprise that even if it was unintentional, it bears this beautiful resemblance to all of those things. This makes me really want to go read Shakespeare. I have not read enough of him. This is a poem that makes me want to read, which is kind of cool, because it gets me excited about the thing that it's doing. And yeah, I had a friend who could recite Beowulf in Old English. It was insane, but he was a polyglot. I tried to read Beowulf. I kind of thought it was boring, but part of it was the grappling with the Old English, which is quite hard. It's hard to read Old English. It's not fun. Had to run away, but you're back. Welcome back. Welcome back, Sulfur Sandy. Is it sulfur or sulfar? It's sulfar. Whoa. That's entirely different. Read a translation, it's easier, but I don't trust translators. Oh my god. What would you put on it? Some cucumber, Callie's just saying words. Poem that makes you want to read. Now we gotta find a book that makes you want to make poetry. Oh, those exist, and I think this is actually often like the dialogue that happens inside of me, right? As artists, we exist in two modes. We exist in the mode of creation, and we exist in the mode of consumption, right? And I think this is like a natural cycle, right? We create. And creation is putting something out of us. It's spilling out all of the ideas in our head into something, which then gets consumed, right? And when we consume, we are filling ourselves up with ideas, right? Reading, putting ideas, putting inspiration. Consumption can be going out into the world. It can be taking a walk. It can be, having a good conversation with a friend that inspires you, right? We consume the world around us and it fills us up with things. And then we get back in front of the page. We get back in front of the instrument or whatever. And then creation becomes an outflowing of those things, right? And we're sort of these vessels that information just sort of flows in and out of and passes through in a very transient manner. That's kind of how I see it sometimes. So, and creation, doesn't actually always have to be art making. It can be anything. And this can even like go even deeper, where it's like action, right? And like anything that gives you energy, like eating, right? We eat, it lets us act, we run out of energy, we have to eat again, right? So we're in this constant flux of like filling up and pushing out and filling up and pushing out. And I guess, in some cases, right, something is inspiring in a particular way where I'm like, ooh, in the moment, I want to go switch to the other mode. And this happens sometimes, right? Like I'll be reading a book and I'll have an idea. Sometimes I'll read a book and I'll feel myself page after page, like brimming with tension, like filling up and like knowing that like there's too much in my brain and I'll have to stop reading and go like put some words onto a page, because this cycle is getting very like, I think a good thing is to tighten this cycle. And it's something I've been seeing in my life, where I used to go through these periods where I'd have like 2 weeks, right? And I'd be reading a lot. I'd be like sleeping a lot. I'd be like, playing video games. I'd be like going in nature, and I wouldn't be like writing hardly anything. And then I would switch modes and I'd have like an incredibly productive like 2 weeks where I'm like writing, doing music, whatever, all that stuff. And I think to me it seems ideal as an artist that we try to like tighten this cycle where we move very fluidly, right, back and forth, almost where we start to blur the line between consumption and creation. And this would make sense to anyone who listens to how I talk about analyzing poetry and art, right? Because I talk about the consumption of art as an artistic act where you are creating interpretations and you are creating ideas and applying them onto a work. And what that does is it creates like a self-contained loop, right, in which we are simultaneously consuming and creating, filling ourselves and emptying ourselves so it can like continue on in perpetuity. uh yeah, okay, let's come back from me nerding out about that. Let's come back from like head in the clouds, abstract philosophy. Not me being the one who read the Old English version of Shakespeare back in high school. Ooh, brutal. Nobody liked that. Yeah, sometime like a couple years ago I was doing, it's when I like really got into, maybe 3 years ago, I really got into poetry and reading. And I checked out some Shakespeare from the library. I got one of his comedies. Don't remember which one. It wasn't Much Ado About Nothing. It was a different one. Don't even really remember what happened. But I got the Old English version, and it was so painful to read. Because I was like, I actually just want to read the story. You know, and I think it's totally okay to read the translation, because if you don't enjoy reading the not translation, then like what the fuck? Like you're just not having fun. Like you should have fun when you're, consuming art or whatever. That's why school doesn't really work with books. Like, okay, go read Fahrenheit 451. I'm like, I don't want to do it. I'm gonna bitch and moan at my teacher and be like the worst student in the class. As I'm like reading it, I'm like, wait, this is like kind of good, but I can't admit that because someone's making me read this. That was high school English for me. I was not anyone's favorite student. So understandable that I would decide to like teach. I love Much Ado About Nothing. Okay, good to know. Maybe I can read it and I can bring it to the inaugural Twitch streamer book club that Messier and 2/3 Lotus and maybe other streamer, potentially multiple, I don't know, are gonna start. Stay tuned. Whenever that happens. But I'm reading lots of things right now. Well, I'm not. I'm reading one thing, but I feel like I'm reading lots of things. I don't know. Midsummer Night's Dream is my favorite. I got that from the library last year, and I was going to read it to help inspire me for a D&D world that I was making, or an RPG world that was like a Fey court, and I was going to make a whole... I still have a lot of the notes for this. Make a whole system. It was called Estival, which is like the fancy word for summer, like where we have like the, vernal equinox and autumnal equinox. The solstice, it's the estival solstice for summer. But it was about this like season-based Fey court, and you would like build your character by choosing like an animal and a season. And it was very cool. And it was also, I was like conceptualizing a way to like build narratives within the system or build session structures based on like the 5-act literary structure of Shakespeare and be like fully like, inspired by that. And then instead I realized that I wouldn't want to teach my friends a whole new system for the thing we were doing. So I just did a game in D&D 5e, which went wonderfully and was very sad. Didn't finish Frankenstein, Moby Dick, Grapes of Wrath. I was such a poser. I really want to read Grapes of Wrath. I love Steinbeck. Okay. So far, going back to high school books, has been incredibly profitable. Of Mice and Men is one of my favorite books ever. And I read it in high school. I'm like, okay, this was good. And I read it again, like sometime a year and a half ago, sobbing, crying, crushing. One of like my favorite books ever. Oh my gosh, Of Mice and Men is genius. So I want to read more Steinbeck. I love making music while listening to music. That's crazy. Wait, that's crazy. That doesn't compute for me. That's wild. I often listen to other people's improvised performances when doing the same. The audience sometimes experiences a completely different soundscape than I do. That's so cool. Oh, wait. Okay, that's a parajam session. That's so sick. You're is is there a place I can find your music on like the internet? Because that sounds super cool. I like Grapes of Wrath, but the others are overrated. Oh, as in Frankenstein and Moby Dick. I really want to read Moby Dick. I'm kind of like stoked about it. The whole like white whale idea really like resonates with me as a person. Uh, but I haven't. So many books, guys. There's so many books. So many books. Okay, so we've gotten like hella derailed from this poem, as we do, because there are no rails here. Uh, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a 5 minute break, or a 3 minute break, 3 minute break, and rest the mind, recenter, and then come back to it fresh, because I'm definitely not done talking about it, and we've talked more about things that aren't it than it. So stand up, go away from the computer, move your body because it's healthy for you. Do something nice, drink water, bathroom, whatever. Just don't look at the screen. Definitely don't look at the ads if they show up on your Twitch, because like, what the hell? Don't do that to yourself. And we'll be back in a few minutes. Yeah. welcome back. Hello. Howdy. I'm here. I'm alive and well. And we're going to keep reading. Keep reading. I followed you, Sulfar Sandy, because I want to hear your music. Steinbeck's writing style is like sandpaper. No, it's so like elegant. Maybe it's elegant in Of Mice and Men because it's a very short book, right? I mean, he exists in a sort of like Hemingway adjacent space. Simple, right? And I suppose that's probably not for everyone, but I wonder if in like a long book like Grapes of Wrath it might get dry. Cause Of Mice and Men has a lot of action, right? Of Mice and Men there's always something happening. It moves forward very quickly, and like every plot point is like intertwined in a very beautifully structural way. I think that's why I associate it with Hemingway. He talks about books as structures, not as interior design. It says writing as architecture, not interior design or interior decoration is what he says. Because it's about constructing plots and arcs and narratives, which I don't necessarily disagree with. Though I think you can create beautifully furnished architectural pieces. So I don't know. I let most of the music I make die. That is, I love the ephemeral. Yeah. And the nature of sound and the freedom it gives me as an artist, particularly as an electronic musician. I make something and then just make it gone. Yeah, there's a beauty at the end of like doing a loop. I do Mobius Looper on my computer. And just hitting the escape button and clearing all the tracks and knowing I will never get those sounds back is really awesome. Something I love, what I did the other day, is I just found like a bell sound on Ableton and then did 8 tracks of looping, fully desynced, and just chose like 4 notes and played them in each of their combinations as if they are wind chimes striking each other. And I just let the loops go for like 20 hours straight. And my computer was just playing me wind chimes, that never repeated and never had the same pattern to them. And I thought that was the coolest thing, right? So, yeah, the ephemeral is very cool. I used to be more attached to it, where I would like create poems and never return to them and never edit them. I've recently made the revelation of like understanding editing and holding things as useful in certain cases. Anyway, let's try to hold on to something. Let's try to pin down this conversation. It's feeling a bit ephemeral for me. We've been talking about all the things adjacent and tangential to this poem without really talking about the poem, although sometimes analysis is the tangents we take along the way. Here is again Reminiscence by Cabbage. O spirits, will you lay me now to rest, for my time in this world is nearly done. And merely there's a glimmering, sparkling crest that I, then on my foolish quest had won, that will remind the world that I once lived. Now I stand in my tomb and cannot lie, that life at its peak, no valiant gift, and one which I could never not deny. The spirits now come at my inquiry and vow to take my soul into their land. I feel they are here, though I can't see how much there are, if it's one or a band. I should have never taken that cursed ring, as now the wind my requiem will sing. I stumbled over the line there. I stumbled over the line there of, I feel that they are here, though I can't see. Because there's like another nice, really like cutesy double meaning here of here and here. Not that it's like a literal meaningful double meaning, like I feel that they are here as in HEAR. It doesn't really mean anything. But the idea of hear and see kind of in this same section. We could even connect it to band, but that's a little silly. And then even the idea of them like coming to take my soul is very tactile. So we're getting like a number of senses packed in very densely, right? So I think that's a lovely thing that's going on there. Something I think that's like cool here as well, right? For my time in this world is nearly done, and merely. I think merely is doing a great deal of work here, right? Merely there's a glimmering, sparkling crest that I then on my foolish quest had won that will remind the world that I once lived. And, you know, it's like I pursued this singular goal my entire life, this cursed ring, this pursuit, this treasure, this desire. And in doing so, if I pursue a single thing and a single object, I may be remembered as great. But really what I will be remembered for is that one thing. We were talking about Moby Dick, right, which I haven't read. But in Moby Dick, right, it is a man obsessed with a pursuit. He is obsessed, right, with his white whale. And so, you know, this novel about a man, what is his name? Captain Ahab? I don't even really know, right? Becomes subsumed by the idea of the whale to the point that isn't the whale named Moby Dick, or does the whale have a different name? Is it just the white whale? What's a Moby Dick? I don't even know. I haven't read the book, but like the whole idea of this book is the whale, you know. Point still stands that like the man gets subsumed by the pursuit, and I think that's a really special thing that this poem kind of leans into, right? It really has that idea of the pursuit above all else, the hubris of a singular thing, such that, right, and merely there's a glimmering, sparkling whale that I then on my foolish quest had won that will remind the world that I once lived. When one thing is pursued in this tragic way, this truly literarily tragic way, there is nothing else. So I think this poem is a great tragedy, a great instance, a great representation of tragedy. Interesting then that the title is Reminiscence. Because I think to reminisce, I don't know, it doesn't necessarily have a negative connotation. To me, it's fairly neutral, right? We can sort of reminisce in a way that's, you know, really like dwelling on things too much. But we can also reminisce in a more positive way, right? And like remembering good times or whatever. So, but I think it does place it nicely because reminiscence is the idea of looking back. And I think it helps frame us for the fact that this is a reminiscence of regret, right? What kind of reminiscence is this? Well, we have to read, and we find that it's a tragic reminiscence, a looking back at life only in the face of death, which is very sad. Moby Dick might be the best American novel, The Quixote, for y'all. Yeah. I gotta read that book. I really gotta, you know, gotta read that book. I have it. I have a disintegrating copy of Moby Dick. That being said, I'm reading Crime and Punishment, which is quite long and arduous. And I also really need to read Confessions, and the book that I actually want to read right now is Desert Solitaire by Edward Abbey. And then there's the part of me that today decided what I really want to read is Macbeth. And then there's like the poetry book. And then we're talking about Hemingway. And I'm like, I want to read Hemingway. And I want to go back and read more Sophocles. Guys, it's bad. It's bad. Yeah. Dude. It's bad. It's too much. But the more that I create, the more I can consume. The more I empty myself, the more I can fill. Unlurk, I come again, but I will not hear you as I now rewatch the entire analysis on YouTube with 2 times speed to catch up. I come again in haste. Awesome. Meanwhile, I barely read. Well, it sounds like you listen to music so far, so... but it is extremely valuable to... Well, it's valuable both to consume art within our medium and without our medium, right? So if we're a musician, of course we can like listen to a lot of music, and that will help inspire us. It will give us ideas for, you know, melodies and whatever, in the same way that if we're a poet and we read poetry, right, we're going to get things like meter, and we're going to get things like we're going to passively start to understand like style and, you know, imagery and whatever, right? And this is good. But, you know, sometimes if a poet goes and listens to music, they can find ways to bring melody into their poetry, right? A musician can find a way to bring imagery into their songwriting or into their, you know, instrumental pieces, right? And when a poet reads the novel, something so steeped in structure, right, it can be a very powerful thing for them. And when the novelist gets the sort of, you know, vivid style of poetry, it can be very valuable. Some of my most important things that I've realized about poetry and as a poet, right, I've learned from music. I've learned from the way I practice saxophone, or I've learned from the idea of improvisation or melody or composition, right? So, yeah. I'd love to hear your take on tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. Oh my gosh, you guys. Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow was really nice. If we ask nicely, you think you could read a passage or two from Macbeth on stream sometime? I was doing it earlier. I was reading Is This a Knife? Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow was good. I liked it. It was before I was extremely literary and very thinky about writing. So I can't necessarily say that I formed like really like nuanced feelings about it. But I remember being very impressed by like the fluidness with which it read, and just the way that the stories unfolded and kind of grew in a way and that felt natural but also surprising. Yeah, it was good for me at the time that I read it. I find it incredibly difficult to get invested in many writings. Something about how it's written. Haven't quite figured out what it is, though. Something I want to keep in mind the next time I dive into reading. Yeah, it's finding what you enjoy. And I think sometimes as artists, we can fall into a trap of like, oh, well, I'm an artist and I'm a musician, and I like art, so I want to go, like, read literature. And then people will be like, okay, I'm going to read Inferno by Dante. And then they find like 33 cantos of verse poetry detailing like Christian mythology, and they're like, what the fuck, dude, I can't get into this. And it's like, of course you can't fucking get into this. This is really hard stuff. This is really difficult. Sometimes that's a trap people fall into. So be wary of that one, right? Like, find things that interest you. I think a great thing to do is like to go to the bookstore and not really like, look for anything, right? Find something that catches your eye in a way, or a library, better than a bookstore, a library, and, read a few pages. There's advice from Ray Bradbury, great writer. Go into a library, pick up a random book off the shelf, and start reading. If you don't fall in love with it immediately, put it back on the shelf and, go to the next book on the shelf. right? And that's a great way to do it because there's so much and there's so many things to read. And it should be an experience of love and wonder and all of that. I can't really get into that right now, though, because I can't get the level of silence I need to be immersed in writing. Ah, yes. Silence. Important. Anyway, so another tangent, of course. Cabbage, you're in the YouTube chat now. Unfortunately, I'm agoraphobic. I don't have any physical literature spots close enough. Luckily, I have some recommendations for you. It's a little harder online because it's harder to just like browse stuff. But Anna's Archive, if you're fine with piracy and fine with like making sure your ad blocker is on, Anna's Archive is the best place online to get any book for free. Books, journals, etc. It's like an aggregate site that pulls in from a lot of other places like LibGen, which is a little more like academic. It pulls from like, I think it has all the stuff from like Gutenberg, which is just like public domain. It has all sorts of stuff, and it puts them all in one site. If you don't want to pirate, then just go to Project Gutenberg, which has like basically every piece of public domain writing that's like been digitized, Gutenberg, and you can just like browse through there and find digital stuff. So don't need to have physical books. Physical books are nice, though. I like them personally. But yeah, the agoraphobia is tough. Ooh, horror, cosmic and psychological, weird fiction, fantasy. I'm sure people in chat will have droves of recommendations for you. But oh spirits, will you lay me now to rest, for my time in this world is nearly done. There's a lot of great sound in this. I mean, we can just talk about it like passively, right? Nearly done, merely. There's a glimmering sparkling crest, right? And then crest, quest, glimmering, sparkling, you know. And I on my foolish quest had won, that will remind the world that I once, right? Won and once. Lovely, so much lovely, like, sound in this work. That will remind the world that I once lived. Now I stand in my tomb and cannot lie, right? The stand and lie thing is kind of awesome. Even peak against lie, right? Something high, something low. We get this verticality. Lie, that life. We actually do this thing a lot, right? Like one and once and lie and life and nearly, merely. These like super close words, crest and quest. I think that's a really cool thing. Not quite rhymes, or some of them are rhymes, but it's almost like trying to find a word that's like one sound removed. And one which I could never not deny. The spirits now come at my inquiry and vow to take my soul into their lands. Vow and now, right? Same thing. I feel that they are here, though they can't see how much there are. There are, right? I feel that they are here, though I can't see how much there are, if it's one or a band. I should have never taken that cursed ring. Now the wind my requiem will sing. So, lots of sound, lots of cool, intertwining, tasty things and all of that, which I think is very lovely. And the other thing I think is interesting, right? Cabbage mentioned earlier the double negative of this, like, I could never not deny, right? Which I feel like I've been tripping over this whole time, so maybe we can, like, break down that line and talk about it. Hey, Lotus, I can see you on my TV. Hi, Callie, I cannot see you in front of your TV. So now I stand in my tomb and cannot lie that life was, at its peak, no valiant gift. Right, so this says, like, life at its peak was no valiant gift. If life at its peak, at its greatest, was a gift, it would be good, but it's not a gift, so it's like a negative thing. And I think this makes sense, right? Because the peak of this character's life was to steal something, to take a treasure, to pursue a hubristic goal that caused their own unraveling, right? And so life at its peak was not a gift because it was something taken, right? Because the ring was stolen. Great double meaning. It was both not a gift because I stole it and not a gift to me because it was bad for me, right? And that's like super cool, right? And one which I could never not deny. So, never not, right? If I could not deny this thing, then I would be unable to say no to it, or I would always say yes to it. If I could never not deny, then I would always say no to it, meaning that they didn't love their life, right? They didn't want it. If they had the choice, they wouldn't cling to it. Which makes this poem almost like a giving up, I feel, right? It's a relinquishing. Life was bad. I made mistakes. I suffered on my own behalf. And now I am going to die as a consequence of my actions. And I have nothing to do but accept that fact. Right? And this... Right? This is the tragedy. This is the tragic hero as well in some way. I think tragedy often has this way of ending in a sort of acceptance, a wrapping up of the story in this very conclusive narrative manner. And like it's just another one of these things, that idea, right? Tragedy, the tragic hero often repents, right? They do something that was right at the time and ends up being wrong, and they repent for their actions, and they still suffer their consequences, right? The conclusion of this arc. And it's just another thing that makes me want to see this poem at the conclusion of a play, right? Like, see this conclusion, see this, have this be the end of a character's arc. I want to go back. I want to see the ring. I want to see the stealing. I want to see what led to their downfall and the curse, and how it ripped their life apart and gave them wealth and gave them notoriety, and almost wasn't their choice to take it in the beginning, right? And then it collapses. But sort of the beauty of this poem is you don't get that, right? We're reminiscing in this very theatric way about something that didn't happen, which is very dreamlike, very fantastic, and I think that's really cool. So it kind of makes this a special poem, I think, because it leaves the reader. It shows the reader something that it is not, and I think leaves me speculating about what it could be. And, at the end of the day, I've said this before, but if a piece of art makes your reader do anything, feel anything, do anything, think anything, then I think it's been successful, right? And I think in this case, this has made me speculate. And this is a great way to write, right? People even write things that speculate themselves to encourage their reader to speculate on their own, science fiction or speculative fiction. But something that makes your reader cry, or something that makes your reader laugh, or something that makes your reader get, chills, or to, whatever, anything, gets your reader to do something, gets them inspired to create or whatever, or to resist. All of these are good. So the poem makes me happy because it's done that. And I think it's funny, right? This is a poem, as Cabbage said, that was written without much thought. And the beauty of that, right? Like, I wonder if this poem was thought about more, if it was thought about in the way that I thought about it, right? Maybe there would be a desire to fill in everything before it and create the play and create the truth and the background and the context of this work, right? But it wasn't. It was just a moment. It was just a little fleeting thing. And so often it's those sort of somewhat incomplete ideas that work so well as art, because they are things that invite your reader to speculate and to insert and to create, right? So, very happy to have read this poem. I'm not sure I have much more to say about it, but if anyone has questions or comments, those are certainly more than welcome at this time. And we're all looking for book recommendations for Sandy, which is lovely. Goodreads. I already know Goodreads, and I prefer not to pirate. Yeah, and you prefer physical reading. Yeah, it's a tough thing, right? But man, and you don't have a local library or a bookstore. That's really hard. That's brutal, and it sucks to order stuff. But you got to get those books somehow. Stephen King. I've never read Stephen King. I started to read The Stand, and I'm like, wow, this book is long. So I didn't keep reading it. Okay, seems like no other thoughts on this particular poem. So I'll read it one more time, and that will be the conclusion of this portion of this stream and this poem. Yeah, I have the extended version, like the massive honkin' book, and I'm like, yeah, I'll read this. I read like a chapter. It's, yeah. Of them, 5 of them were the uncut version. Wow, Nikki. Okay. As a writer who I appreciate the work of, given that you appreciate that book so much, maybe I'll take that as a recommendation. You really, really like the story, clearly. Isn't it like post-apocalyptic? I feel like I'm writing a post-apocalypse right now, right? So maybe that'd be good vegetables for me. Though there are probably shorter apocalypses to enjoy. I was thinking I would read Inferno entirely. I'm like, so I want to read The Stand. I'm like, oh, actually, I was thinking I would read Dante. Like of all the turns to take there. I read it post-COVID, so the opening chapters brought back all the memories. Oh, brutal. I think I tried to read it in 2022, so post-COVID. Maybe I dropped my eraser, my fidget eraser. Maybe it was too soon, you know. Where are you, eraser? Where'd it go? There it is. Okay. Yeah, I'm so bad. Check your bingo card. Imogen dropped something on the floor on stream and has to go look for it. Yeah, I feel like there needs to be an official stream bingo card, because there are some of these things that are truly recurring themes. Yeah. All right. I keep going, you should read blank, and then remember it's 1,000 pages long. I know, right? So, here is the poem to conclude. Reminiscence, some sort of sonnet I randomly decided to improvise, by Cabbage. O spirits, will you lay me now to rest, for my time in this world is nearly done. And merely there's a glimmering, sparkling chest that I, then on my foolish quest had won, that will remind the world that I once lived. Now I stand in the tomb and cannot lie that life was at its peak no valiant gift, and one which I could never not deny. The spirits now come at my inquiry and vow to take my soul into their land. I feel that they are here, though I can't see how much there are, if it's one or a band. That's a funny wordplay. Band and ring. I should have never taken that cursed ring. As now, the wind, my requiem, will sing. I swear to God, I can't get through just like a reading of a poem anymore without like noticing something. It's truly chronic. The consumption has truly just become creation. But it's really bad. I'm like, okay, here's the final one. It's supposed to be like I read the poem and like it's the poem and there's nothing else and there's none of my nonsense. And then I notice band and ring and I have to talk about it. Like, fuck. Okay, thank you so much for submitting, Cabbage. What a lovely poem. What a wonderful work. And I read everyone's work on stream with the deepest gratitude. I love having the chance to share your words and to have your words shared with me in this very beautiful way. And stream does not happen. I do not get to be the artist I am without these submissions that you all send to me. So it truly means so very much. And I cannot in words, maybe there's a poem that I need to write, you know, that expression of gratitude. Because the words struggle to come at the end of every time, you know, when I need like a 4-line poem that captures it, you know, the feeling, the gratitude, what it means to me that I get to like read people's shit on the internet. And then once I have the poem, I can just recite it every time. That would be kind of a kitsch, but it would be beautiful, I think. Poems do be poem. Poems do be poem. They always do be poem. That was a nice, colorful, beautiful poem. Maybe that one we got some good scrawling going. Lots of colors, lots of ideas. I love colors and ideas. Coleslaw, that's really funny. Is that where coleslaw comes from? Like the name? I wonder if that's the etymological root of coleslaw. Coleslaw made of cabbage. Cabbage is cole. Probably comes from the Midwest, where there are lots of American German immigrants, if not came straight from Europe. It feels like an American thing, though. Like coleslaw is like American, right? It's gotta be, right? That makes sense. That makes so much sense. I mean, sometimes etymology is a bit unintuitive, but hold on. I'm gonna suffer the fact of reaching all the way to my keyboard to type in coleslaw etymology. Yeah, coleslaw goes on everything. Okay. Coleslaw comes from Dutch coleslaw. Sorry if that was loud. I'm sorry if I just like bombed everyone's ears with coleslaw. Coleslaw, meaning cabbage salad, because Kohl in Dutch is probably coal, right? Like German. And schla is probably salad, which makes sense from like an etymological perspective. So it is. It literally is. That's so sick. Yeah, etymology online is the good one. Coal, cabbage, from Middle English coal, which, yeah, would be all Germanic, right? From Greek kaulos, stem, stalk, pole. Latin caulis, cabbage. and Italian cavolo, Germanic coal. Yeah, and then slaw from Dutch salad. I'm sorry that this is all on like the one half of the screen. Does cauliflower comes from cabbage flower? Wow, because it's a cabbage with a big flower on it. Because it's kind of cabbagey. Brilliant. Scottish kale. Kale, cabbage from greens. So, okay. That means at least 3 of our vegetables, kale, cabbage, the other one, cauliflower. I mean, that makes sense. All come from the same, like basically the same etymological root, which means we basically have the same word that took 3 different like linguistic routes to give us 3 distinct and unique vegetable names. That's so sick. I'm such a nerd, guys. I'm such a nerd. I'm such a nerd. I'm like here freaking out about how cool it is that coleslaw and cabbage and cauliflower all come from the same like probably proto-Indo-European root. Because it was in Greek and Latin, which means it's probably coming from like a crazy. Yeah, Indo-Germanic is super a word. Okay, yeah, Indo-Germanic is a root. Fuck yeah. So yeah, Indo-Germanic, like basically like a number of words through the entire like Europe and Asian continent, or like West Asian all the way to India, basically, can be traced back to like similar origins. Um, in basically like the cradle of civilization, right, in the Middle East. And then language extended out from there because that was kind of like the dominant culture. What does it mean? I'm explaining it right now. And then rooted itself in, Germanic, Greek, Latin, etc. I bet collards. Yeah, I was thinking collard greens because it has that thing. I just peaked the mic by saying yeah because I got excited about collard greens. To be a poet. Okay, hold on. Collard. Do we just do collard? I think we just do collard. Probably. Variety of kale. Yeah. Oh my gosh. A southern corruption of colewort, Middle English, cabbage, later kale and greens. Okay. So, we have 4 things that all just come from the word for cabbage. Okay, so we go coal. And then there should be like... Isn't there a part on this that's like descendants? Like things that... Entries linking cauliflower, colleen. Okay, all related words. Cauliflower, colleen, caulis, chow. Address. A knot in a dress or a cream-filled pastry which resembled a cabbage. Coleslaw, colewort, kale, kohlrabi. Kohlrabi, a kind of cabbage. Turnip cabbage. Ah, interesting. Cavolo rape. Cool. Okay, so we've reached the limit. Collard, cauliflower, kale, and cabbage all share a common etymological origin. Isn't that so splendid? Doesn't that just put a smile on everyone's face in this chat? It's the most beautiful thing in the world. Yeah. I have a smile on my face. Like stimming. Broccoli is obviously called that. Wait. Coli. Broccoli. Etymology. I love etymology online. Uh okay, guys. Screen. No. It comes from Italian. Hold on. But okay. Comes from no, different root. Different root. Comes from broach. Pointed instrument. Broca. Broco as in projecting and pointed. Which means broccoli and brooch. Brochure. I love to see like all these words related is fascinating, right? A broker is the occupational equivalent of a broccoli by etymological standards. A brochure, a pamphlet, to prick, jab, or pierce. Oh, because they were stitched, right? Because they were like zines, basically. Crazy. Huh. Wild. And then a brooch, right, is something that points and goes into the clothing, like a pin. And a brocade. Oh no. Silver, very, very gold, silver. That's different. That's a cloth. Anyway, broccoli is unrelated. Sorry, broccoli. You don't get to join the club of our etymological delight. Tragedy, tragedy. Absconds. It's a good word. I like abscond. Uh, what really gets fun is when you look at the differences in certain American English and British English words. What we call a rutabaga, they call a turnip. What we call a turnip, they call a nip. I feel like I'm not big on like the English stuff. I really love Greek and Latin roots and the way that like it expands throughout many different languages. And I think like particularly I get delighted when like a Spanish word is so close to a word in English, or you see something in French and can kind of get the vibe. Um, I think that's much cooler to me. And then like the stuff that transcends from the Indo-European or Indo-Germanic origin, right? That you can see like connections like globally. Like I think there are two words for tea in the entire world, right? There everything either comes from te or it comes from chai. And in every like basically like the majority of languages, I guess not everything because there are like places that were linguistically isolated and but like the vast majority of language and modern language, te or chai is the root of the word tea, which I think is super cool. And then in America, we can have a chai tea latte, which is kind of funny, right? Because chai is just tea, but chai for us is chai, which is a flavor of tea. Because some British guy, they're like, "This is chai," and he's like, "Oh, this is chai. It's a kind of tea. Awesome." Uh, yeah, and like so much language exists because like some person like was talking to some other person, and basically through like an error of mistranslation or miscommunication, something became what it is. Fucking awesome. Wording it out, linguistic adventures. Yeah, I'm just in another world right now. Um, Also, Indo European originated in Central Asia, not the Middle East. Well, my bad. My bad. um, you know, you can't do, yeah. I am not an authority on any of the information said on stream. I yap about shit, and it's like a whole vibe, and I'm wrong a lot. So, yeah. Their fault for not naming it Chai? I mean, yeah. But it's kind of cool. It creates a beautiful linguistic church. Please look up dandelion site. Isn't it dent de lion, the teeth of the lion, because they couldn't like pull it out of the ground because it was like too hard to get out because it's such a fastidious weed or something. And it has like the lion mane of the actual flower. I think that's it, right? Um, let's see. That's what I've heard. Is what I've heard. Paste. Dandelion. Screen. Okay. Well-known plant. Yup. Dent de lion. From dent de lion. Literally lion's tooth. Oh, from its toothed leaves, I see. A translation of medieval Latin dent leonis, genitive dentis, tooth, sure. Dandelion exists for the same reason that dentists exist. Also Middle English houndstooth, dandelion. Other folk names like tell time refer to the custom of telling time by blowing the white seed, the number of puffs required to blow them off supposedly being the number of the hour or the plant's regular opening and closing at daylight. Other names refer to its diuretic qualities, Middle English piss-a-bed or French pissenlit. Beautiful. That's the line you wanted me to read. And it has yellow flowers, so even better, right? Guys, etymology. Etymology. Can we just get a big round of applause for etymology? Love that shit. Tai Chi, Chai tea. We sipping on tea while doing martial arts, new levels of Zen. Thank you, Callie. The river fruit. The user gains the ability to manipulate rivers. Now we're in devil fruit territory. Like the river bio being river, so it's the river. So I take this to mean there's a river called bio that is somewhere in the world, and bio means river, so then it's the river. Fucking dope. um Language. Yeah. I don't know. I'm such a slut for language. It's so great. Really, really, really love that stuff. And given that fact, we should read some more language. We should read the language slut merch when that would be a great t-shirt. Language slut, and that's the shirt, or a hat. Language slut. That's really good. That's really good. Oh, it could be in like little cursive letters. Language slut. It could have the big like a better drawing of the big 2/3 lotus flower on the back. Language slut, open your books for me. I mean, there's a lot there between the sheets. Yeah. Language slut. That would be a great shirt. Just be my username. Why didn't I think of that like 3 years ago. Stream's only been here for 2 years. Come on. But that will probably be my new Discord status. Man, automod. I need to just get rid of automod. I hate automod. I don't like that it censors people's words. Automod doesn't like slut. I think that's bad. I think slut is a beautiful word. I might do that now. We're just stream frickin'. How do I do my moderation? Settings. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, automod. I'm about to neuter automod. If I can find automod settings. Message filtering. View advanced settings. No filtering. No filtering. No filtering for sexual harassment. That's how we can let ourselves say slut in chat. That's what we need. And if someone is sexually harassing, then I will filter it myself by telling them they're a bad person. Okay, guys, try saying slut in chat now. No filtering for any of these things. Beautiful. No filtering, no filtering. Automod slut shames. I know, right? Come on, Automod. Stop slut shaming. Okay. Boom. Yep. Yes, chat. Yes, chat. All the sluts in chat. Chat is full of sluts right now. Beautiful. All my language sluts. All right. That's enough. That's enough. Let's calm down. Yes, self-identifying. Okay. Y'all can keep being language sluts in chat for a few minutes. We're gonna take a little break, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna read another writing from someone in chat. One of y'all lovely language sluts. It needs to be on a shirt. It does. You're right. Language slut. It's really good. Anyway, stand up, look away from the screen. Stand up if you're able. Move and do something nice for your body if possible. Drink water if it's available. Go to the bathroom. Take care of yourself and your mind and your existence for just a few moments. Really, I beg of you. It's good for you. You deserve that. And we'll be back in but a moment to read more stuff. I'll be back. It's me. Welcome back, my language sluts. I had the thought during the break that word horror would be a nice companion to a language slut. Uh, there's also the idea of the artist, the poet, the writer whoring out their words for others to read. Um, there must be others, right? But a moment? Ah, you have a dirty mind. I don't know if that's okay around here. A poetry pimp? That's what we call publishers. Publishers are poetry pimps. Yeah. Uh, do we like them for that? I'm unsure. Anyway. What are we reading? Face Your Fear? The next part of your illustrious and I really like that word lately. I love illustrious lately. I've been saying that like 5 times a day. Holy shit! What a great word. Little slut for that word. What am I looking for? Face Your Fear. We're gonna keep reading your story of undefinable genre. I really think there's a very I need to find it. I need to like scroll down. It's been a while since we read part 1, like genuinely a long ass time. So I'm glad we're coming back to it. Man, it's been a while since we read Ray. I feel like we gotta do Ray soon as well. Anyway, It Repeats was the name of this thing. And we read the first part, which was concerning death by an ice cream truck. And was a very dramatic and traumatic piece of poetic prose-ish that really I lack adequate words to describe, and really you're just gonna have to go back and find that VOD somehow on the YouTube if you if you want to find it. It was maybe the funniest thing I've ever read on stream. Yeah, it was hilarious. Gatorade Blue, yeah. No, it's perfect. So now we have Act 2, the bubonic plague, mood, stubbed toe on furniture. And I think we'll easily be able to read this whole thing. Oh, we might be able to read Act 3 as well. I'll take the screenshots. It really depends on how much we revel in the work itself and how much we just read through it for the sort of ambient participation. We'll see. We'll see. It's slightly less funny, this one. I mean, it's hard to match, you know, something that is so luminary, right? Like lightning rarely strikes twice. So I don't blame you. 'Cause what a piece that Death by Ice Cream Truck was. All right. Watching a movie about poets right now. Don't know the name, but holy shit, it's bad. Well, if you know the name, if you find the name and can inform us later about this bad film about poets, I would love to know. I think we're just gonna zoom in here. Okay. Coolio. Christ. I hate this. I'm struggling. This is not easy. Not an easy life being streaming on Twitch. Fix the camera because it's always wrong. It's always wrong. It's always bad. Okay. This looks kind of horrible. Is it like the brightness? Is that like, does that look okay? I don't know. I just feel like that looks terrible. Could be me. Maybe it's the angle is weird because it's always weird. Slightly better. I don't know. True, just saying, I wonder how it will come across, though. We will see. And it just looks a little terrible. Thanks, Chloe. Appreciate it. Oh, like 5%. Okay, that's not so bad at all. I feel like some people would say like it looks a little terrible, and what they mean by that is like, oh, this is like the worst shit ever. It's like genuinely falling apart, fraying at the seams, crumbling before my eyes, and it's a little terrible. But I'm okay with 5%. If we take 100%, right? Do some quick math, right? And we subtract 5%, we get 95%, which is still a passing grade. That being said, I think we have to take off some percent for like the amount of tangents I go on this stream, right? Because like the stream is probably like at least 25% tangents. But those are good. So we'll maybe say it's only like 10% off for like not staying on topic, right? So now we're down to like 85, which is still a passing grade. No problem with a B. We're taking off points for language slut. Okay. That's fine. My grade has been lowered for bad language. I'm only taking off 5% because it was funny. And I make the rules here. 80% still passing, right? And so far that's a good grade for stream. The only person who we grade on stream is myself. We don't give out grades for people's writing. I think this would be a funny thing to continue with, is grading my streams. I hate how zoomed out this is. I wish I could bring it in closer. And that can only really be done through like reorganizing the whole thing, which I don't want to do. So we're going to suck it up. Sometimes just gotta man up, Gotta man up. See, now I would give a bonus for tangents and slut. See, slut lengua. That's funny. we can translate it into other languages. I like slut lengua, right? Because then it has the double meaning of like tongue slut, basically. And I love that in any language where tongue and language are close enough that they're like really like identical and there's just an inherent double meaning in the word. Yeah. You just need to do extra credit to pull the A, I suppose so. I suppose so. I don't know what that means in the case of stream. Face your fear. Are you looking for any particular feedback on this work? Any things you would like me to focus on? Any questions before I begin? That is just enjoy it as per usual. Awesome. Take my femininity with great pride. Yeah, I think the most feminine thing about me is that I can man up sometimes. Okay. Act 2. The bubonic plague. Mood. Stubbed big toe at the furniture. Which is still a beautiful convention, and I'm so glad this continues in Act 2. A vitreous clang blesses my ears. My fingers twitch. My eyes focus. Oh, and for context, we died at the end of the last piece. Or maybe we thought we were dying and didn't really die. I don't know. Hey, I've bled here before. A forced cough demands attention. Ears perk. The body shudders. Not now, mother. Can't you see I'm currently studying the Rorschach test of blood? The Rorschach test my blood has left on the carpet. The patterns suggest a rough childhood and daddy issues. And for once, the raging narcissist was not talking about himself. The motherly senses activate, just like old times. Nostalgia hits. Her glass whizzed past. Her aim has regressed since her sorority days. Firewood crackles. Some Christmas song hums from an old-fashioned speaker, singing about the merry days, the good old days. Festive ornaments clad the interior. Peeled orange skin barely masqueraded the smell of home. Orange, like heartbreak. Um... Yeah, I think this is fun. There's like a lot of action, right? We have like the claying and we have the throwing of things, and we have, I think still great little bits of comedy, right? Little things like I've bled here before as opposed to I've been here before. But then like the Rorschach test of blood, the regress since her sorority days, right? And I like this recurring, right? The good old times, the good old days, bled here before. And I mean, we have the broader piece, right? The broader title is It Returns, for the whole piece. So we're definitely leaning into this idea of, right, this like cyclical thing. And I think it's I always, love to see like the continuing engagement with particular themes. And I like how this opening remains violent, but it tones down the comic absurd violence of the last part of getting run over by the ice cream truck, with still violence, still comic, but like we have a new act, so it calls for a shift of tone, and I think we accomplish that, right? This is something I think is the most useful thing about like the chapter, right? The chapter, the act, the section, the part, right, is really, I think they can do a great job of telling your reader we're somewhere else now, right? And you've even say mood, stubbed big toe at furniture, right? And this can signal to the reader we're going in a different direction. This is a chance to like reset your mind and change. And I think it's used well in this case. Everyone who didn't experience the beauty of part one or act one will just have to trust me on that. Festive ornaments clad the interior. Peeled orange skin barely masqueraded the smell of home. Carbon monoxide never finishes the job. Piercing cold, pulsating warmth, the senses return. Death didn't have me. So I think maybe this is another instance of, we've died, in this case, carbon monoxide, I suppose, and now we're back alive again. I think in the same way of the one before. So I'm pretty sure that the idea of this story is this sort of tragicomic setup of someone who cannot die, right, and keeps returning to die horrible deaths, or maybe wants to die, but fails to do so, right? Death does not take them. A comedic equivalent of the anime/manga ReZero, which takes it in a very dark direction, right? The glassy sky beyond the window frame, and another one of these like connections, right? Her glass whizzed past, and then we have the glassy sky beyond the window frame, and these are things that feel distinctly poetic, right? There are these things that feel distinctly, this idea of repeating of words within the thing, right? I think has this poetic feel of like bringing back the glass and the glassy and the good old days and the old times and the here before, creating these very like thematic through lines that are very, very present, very forward. I think novels do this and prose does this, but it has a way of often doing it in like a more subdued way. So the way that you write is so cool. The glassy sky beyond the window frame, the falling curtain of white tempered different perspectives back then. Neither an optimist nor a pessimist would care if the glass again, was half full or half empty. if the realist knew that the glass would land in my face. The glass? Crystal. Jet black obsidian polish, a spider web, a spider in its web. Schwarzwitwa. Witwa. I don't know how you do German. Schwarzwitwa series, handmade by a German artisan after divorce number 3. 7 pieces, now 6. Lifetime guarantee. Just like his marriage vows. Outlines of unwanted memories turn to clear. So there's a much more like sinister thematic undertones, right, in this part of the piece. It's harder to laugh. I mean, we can still laugh at his marriage vows were a lifetime guarantee that are broken, right, as the absent father mentioned earlier. Really just incredibly clever way of writing. Like, it feels like so when you put like bowls in like the dishwasher, give me a sec to explain. You have like the dishwasher, and this is like a profile view, we'll say, right? So it has all these like spiky guys on it, right? And one bowl kind of goes like this, right? And then the next bowl kind of like nests inside of it. And then the next bowl kind of nests inside of it, etc. So they're like stacked efficiently, right? And it means that like you have an idea that starts here and it overlaps with the introduction of a new idea as this first idea kind of persists within the narrative, right? And then it sort of happens again and again and creates this like overlapping thematic and symbolic structure, right, in the work. Which I think you see here with like the idea of the glass and the idea of the looking back and the idea of the father, where we introduce the father right up here, the raging narcissist, the daddy issues, and then we bring him back here, and it's like this very non-linear way of giving this exposition and telling this narrative, right? We have the glass that kind of shows up, right, for a moment somewhere, and then it comes again, and it comes again, and it comes again. And then, the good old times, right? Really cool way of writing where everything kind of nests not quite perfectly. There's got to be like a weird, like, technical word for this that would describe what's happening here. This overlapping, nested kind of quality, which I think is really cool. I don't know if anyone can just like conjure a good way of describing this kind of shape, but it's like a bug. Kind of like a bug, maybe. Yeah, it's a bug, right? Yeah. Bug writing. It's like those nesting dolls. See, but it's not like the nesting dolls is the issue, right? Because the nesting dolls, you have like a big idea, nesting doll 1, and then fitting fully inside of that one is another one, and then fitting fully inside of that nesting doll is another one, etc., etc. And I feel like the further I draw that shape, we're not gonna do a great job. So, whereas these, right, like, they don't contain each other entirely. They do it for the language slots. This is bad. These ideas don't contain each other entirely, right? They exist sort of parallel alongside. They're shifted. They're distorted. It's like one of these like Escher tessellations almost, or like looking through a prism, maybe like like refracted light. Yeah, maybe like the word for this is like a literary refraction, or even like a house of mirrors, right, where it's all being bent out of shape and in different ways, but all kind of like coming back together to these similar ideas. And I think a funhouse mirror is maybe an adequate way to describe it for this piece, because this piece is such a strange a kaleidoscope. Maybe that's the word I'm looking for, but it's not. I mean, it's an option. Kaleidoscope, right? I should. There's got to be a kaleidoscope somewhere in my house. Kaleidoscopes are like dope. I haven't looked at a kaleidoscope in a long time. I feel like there's a lot of I guess people grow out of kaleidoscopes and they take like LSD, right? Like that's the sort of progression, right? You're a kid who really likes kaleidoscopes and colors and spinning things. And then you grow up and it stops being okay to take kaleidoscopes, and then you watch like one video that's like my 100,000 gram ayahuasca experience simulation, and it's like, whoa, those are the colors I saw as a kid. This has like this beautiful Freudian association to a simpler time before my parents started abusing me. And then you take the LSD, and then you're like, wow, I'm in peace again. This is the childlike wonder I've been seeking, that I've lost for so long, that I can now reclaim through the simple bliss of one dose of a drug. And then your life's better. I presume. I've never taken LSD. But I've tended to one of my friends who was on LSD and threw up and was all kind of nauseous and queasy. And then after that, we started going out. Great time. Anyway, back to our piece. Back to our language kaleidoscope. Outlines. Okay, lifetime guarantees, just like marriage vows. Outlines of unwanted memories turn too clear. And that's just like such a random poetic line, right? It's like detached. This style of writing is fascinating to me. And then we have this like almost like rhyme thing where we go like vows, outlines of unwanted memories, and there's like this marriage memories, like alliteration going on. Turn to clear, crimson blood, freshly drawn. It almost becomes verse like for a second, you know. Crimson blood, freshly drawn, slid down, clouding my vision, right? Down, clouding my vision. A glass had bounced off my skull. A sparkle here, a spectacle there. I love spectacle as like a spectacle, quite a sight to see, a demonstration of suffering. But spectacle as spectacles, right? Which are made of glass. There's just all these little clever twists and turns in the language, like a kaleidoscope. It's a kaleidoscope on many levels. A spectacle there. She didn't miss this time. Eau de Cologne filled the air. Arrogance in a bottle. I retch, inwardly, like a sailor's breath, but twice the price. Number 7 shattered against the carpet, spun from something endangered or extinct. Brown liquor splashed across ivory thread. An olfactory aftertaste. Another stain on the carpet full of them. Look at me, her voice spats. A chill cuts. The flesh recoils. Ah, dude, a chill cuts. The flesh recoils, and you'd recoil from a cut, and there's maybe also literal cuts from the glass. Not a question, a demand. And I love how like we have this bottle and it's another thing in glass, right? But then we're like introducing a new idea in this, which is the idea of maybe like smell, which we haven't had yet, right? Olfactory aftertaste and such. And like I would hope within this structure that then we're going to start elaborating on this new interlocking color idea dropped into our kaleidoscope of smell. And maybe not. Maybe it's like a one-off thing. But it feels like it's letting us into another theme, which is super cool. Because it's like such a strong, thing, right? This like introduction of smell. And so sensory. um, and I love how we just have like number seven. Like there's like this humor, right? Anyway, uh, this reminds me of Metamorphosis in a way. Um, Kafka in like a very tangential way. I feel like thematically, I suppose, right? Metamorphosis, this guy turns into a bug, Gregor Samsa, my goat. And then he becomes, the subject of the great abuses of his family, really. And it's very visceral and it's very tragic. And you have this bug like running around on the ceiling and they're like hitting it with a broom and they like throw a shoe at the bug and it like pierces a hole in the bug in Gregor, um, or something, right? I think maybe it's that scene when the mom or the I think it's the mom throws something at Gregor and like the shoe gets stuck in him or something. Um, it just has that feeling of like very surreal but visceral, absurd abuse. Which is maybe sort of a facet of abuse, right? Is like the unreality of like someone who should love you causing you pain, right? In this case, the mother, and in an extended way, the father. Um, Very different from the first part, but I mean, throughout everything we've read, this one and Act One, right? There's this like notion of pain, and in our title, like it returns. It almost feels like we're outlining something of like trauma, and like generally like these cyclical natures of pain. I just like laughed in a way that like spit went onto the screen. It's unfortunate, right? Um like trauma as this cyclical thing that doesn't die, and like pain like reverberating through time in one's life. That's like a crazy like thing to drop, is like maybe this is a big overarching theme of the whole work, but a lot of this feels very like within that. Even the prior one with like and like the I think the other character was the sister, and they like weren't saving the main character from like the ice cream truck that was gonna run them over and kill them. Uh Something about Gatorade Blue. Um so maybe that's something. Maybe that's oh, she drove the ice cream truck. Yeah, naturally. um a metaphor for the death of the inner child. All of this, perhaps. And if we just take LSD, we can reclaim that. Call 1-800-5661-LSD for your and if you call in the next 5 minutes, we'll double the offer. Not a question, a demand. This body couldn't. Beige heels clacked impatiently. A matching pencil skirt fluttered. The face of a 40-something woman awaited. I can't see your spotless skin. I can't see the conventional beauty in the eyes of many. My eyes stare at the ground, asking for the why. Ugh. The traumatized kid special. I cannot escape. Empty flasks reflect. The truth at their bottom was smiling. The distorted eyes darted around looking for replacement, finding it somewhere in her kingdom of bottles, continuing with glass. An exasperated sigh escapes her poisonous lips as she leisurely leans forward to grab it. My head sinks lower. I find her again. I like her poisonous lips kind of calls back to like the breath of the sailors, right? Distortion has this, right? I was talking about refraction earlier and glass refracting light. Um So much of this just like intertwining in these small ways. This idea of beauty along with the perfume. Very cool. Uh I wonder if like I mean another theme of this is certainly almost that like comedy uh is a way to deal with and understand pain, right? That sort of humor persists and like this character continues to create humor within these kind of horrifying events. Horrifying, absurd in their own right. You were always the wrong kind of special. She clicks her teeth, mutters between her breaths, not in the cute way, not even the lesser, pitiable way of special. Is this the alcohol speaking or her? I never knew. Expensive liquor falls into another glass. Another one poured of her soul. My dear son is just a bit different. Our precious angel is just a bit slow. She mocks. A distant undertone rectifies. The discontinued liquid swirls on. The verbal gun fires. Ammunition was refueled between breaths with practiced ease. I could have been a great mother. They would understand. I could have explained. Man, this really goes off a cliff, right? We're able to accept like the humor and the poeticness and the dance of this for about a page, right? Which takes us, I think, in a beautiful transition. It's a great transition from like the thematic space of Act 1, right? That we don't just cut straight to like this intensity, right? We like fall into it. And then there's a moment right here on page 2, I would say, that like we're not laughing about it anymore. And it just like hits. And it's yeah, all this manipulation and abuse and stuff, and it's quite sad. She sobs. It would have been nice to have an excuse instead of always needing one. That's a bar. It's a fucking bar. There's so many individual lines that are just bars in this. She swallows her thoughts but speaks anyhow. Instead of special needs, we got a special no one needed. Oh, she's spitting. Why is mom a fucking literary genius? She sings. Yeah, right? They're bars, Chloe. It's crazy. Oh, it's like Chloe. It's like Chloe. That's seems clever. Unless it's an I. Hard to tell at this great distance. Ah, I got it. That's kind of a bar. um, she sings. The Holy Spirit spoke through her. In vino veritas. And then it's funny again. In vino veritas, her preacher. Like, I don't know, your writing, it doesn't let your reader expect anything. Like, genuinely face your fear. Like, it is so exceptionally rare to read something that just feels new and unexpected and like it's genuinely innovating as an art. And like the way that this is satire and poetry and narrative, like it feels theatrical in our acts and sort of stage direction. It like it's just taking from so many places. It has the cleverness and the coyness and the sincerity and like just the absurdity. I don't know. Like it's very special. Um Not in this kind of way. The Holy Spirit spoke through her. In vino veritas, The sister stood true to her beliefs. She shivers. Memories slip through, raised with perfection in mind, corrected by a father's raised fist, a vicious cycle for a picture-perfect family. There, even like directly, the vicious cycle of trauma and violence. As always, she would claim, she was not like her father. The cycle of violence would end with her. Oh shit, so maybe this is really the whole idea. The big theme. The scar above my head offered a counterpoint. Yeah, she would call it a lesson. A lesson earned. Too often had I heard the excuses. Too often did I recite her scripts, her explanations. As she turned expensive alcohol into cheap excuses, my body stood still, not moving an inch, just taking in, just watching. Keeping up appearances at the cost of magically disappearing cocktails. Just another rich kid and the ambitious mother screaming, a tale as old as time itself. I would love to have the smell of alcohol in here. Right? Because we have like the perfume that she wears. But like, I feel like alcohol is such like a visceral smell as she's here like downing, you know, drinks and being abusive and manipulative. I feel like that would be a very pungent and potent choice. Just another rich kid and an ambitious mother screaming. A tale as old as time itself. Just like my death. It had been done to death. Ah, I love this knowing that like death will be done to death in this work, as far as I understand, that we're gonna keep dying. It was a Sunday evening in a sleepy town near the Alps. A Sunday evening in a sleepy town near the Alps. That feels like a reference to like The Sound of Music or something, but I'm not sure. No strong feelings about, I mean, maybe it's just literal, right? Are you one of my like Europe people? Face your fear. I lose track. Just literal? Okay, gotcha. Oh, we've set things as German, right? We sort of have this this thing. So there is that. Europe, yeah, and a rich people thing. Sure, right. A retreat, our home in the Alps. Just our summer home in the Alps, you know. So yeah, I'm German. Gotcha. Okay. No strong feelings about this woman remained. No ill was harbored toward my incubator. Cold. Another victim to circumstance beyond their control. Incubator. That's such a strong word here. We shared no bond. Merely an X chromosome. And so, I forget how chromosomes work. XX is women, XY is men. So our character's a guy if we're only sharing one X chromosome. Right? I think that's how that works. She was not a stranger, but just there. She was simply there. Yeah, I don't think we've had the character's gender until now. I mean, maybe it was referenced in the last one as a brother to the sister. I'm not sure. We both have tried, yet we both have failed. Enough was seen, enough was said. You would not even remember me, anyhow. Randomly poetic, right? Thankfully, your dear son is dead. Them living conditions improved overnight, eh? When you look at the results, you made me the man I never truly was. Empty words. Empty thinking, back to the glass, the idea of empty and full. Apathy set in. The scene would change. First the bottles faded. Her words lingered. They were emptier than her stash. The room followed suit, disappearing from sight and mind. Left behind was merely her blaming gaze, a remnant from a soul blind to the world. Despite everything that had happened, inches away from my face, hers appears. A waft of freedom, tinged in plumes, opens up. Do you think you can change who you are? A curtain of blonde hair, Holy callback. Holy callback. This is like, where's the curtain? The white curtain that's like random and meaningless up here? The falling curtain of white tempered different perspectives back then? A blonde. Come on. Come on. A curtain of blonde hair that covers my sight and disappears. I certainly need to change my diaper after that. I thought I'd need a therapist to confront my past. I should have called for an exorcist instead of the religious things going through. A breath elapsed and silence resumed its usual routine. Nothing truly changes. Farewell, Mother. It was not meant to be. Just two empty eyes that collided. Come on. Come on. Empty eyes, right? Empty eyes, right? The eyes that are looking her and the empty eyes, the her and the me, the collit. Goodbyes truly never hit hard when our next rendezvous is just a few traumas away. Legs mechanically turn. A new set appears. I like the idea of this as a death and not a death, right? The abuse as a death itself, right? Like, there's an argument, right, in this work that we're not actually dying and, like, being reincarnated in any sort of way, right? In this It Returns. We're just having metaphorical deaths throughout the life, which I love. I've framed a lot of my life personally as, like, metaphorical deaths. And so, like, the death of the thing with the sister, the death of this at abuse that continues to happen, the dying again and again, right? Etc. and so on and so forth. Man, I don't know. This is so cool. Cabbage. Oh, you also sent a message earlier that I didn't read about my analysis earlier. Currently at the point where you talk about my poem's title, and I can say the title was chosen in a hurry for the sake of there being a title. Could call it Oh Spirits, but whatever. Yeah. You took my poem, a barren plain with gardening tools and packets of seed, neatly organized it before your feet, and transformed it into a blooming, thriving garden full of life and meaning. Also, I really like the little etymological dive into the cabbage there. When creating my name, I never intended to canonically become a cabbage myself. But I still feel honored. I will now lay myself to rest, at least when it comes to poetry, and wish you all a good rest of the stream. I'm glad you appreciated it, and it was a lovely poem. And a beautiful little waxing there, poetic cabbage. Okay, I think I want to forge on to Act 3 of this work, just because I'm having much fun with it, as much fun as we can have of a work about a son being kind of awfully abused by his mother. But I'm sure we'll be taking a turn into some other way with Act 3. Welcome. Oh, that's different. I don't think the other one says welcome. I love the elaboration on the form, right? Variations on a theme. Welcome to Act 3. An unfit shoe. I huffed glue. Mood. Stepping on a landmine. To my right greets the exalted wall of marble. Home to spotless appearance and to wordless splendor, now it was reduced to an indistinguishable slab of stone. To my left, family portraits roamed, distorted faces stretched inhuman, the assembled progeny had been disassembled, fractured. A great turn, right? Another of these like changes of pace from act, 1 to 2 and 2 to 3. In this case, this is maybe longer than almost any other like paragraph, stanza, if you will, in Act 2, right? And carries in this way sort of the same earnestness, right? And it carries that setting of home, but also starts to change in new directions, right? And I think that's, another one of these nice transitions, right? Where a good transition often, not always, doesn't just go from like one idea and like hard, smash cuts into the next one. Though a smash cut can work. And then, smash cuts into the next idea, right? Often a good transition will kind of start as one idea and then, it'll slowly merge colors into something new with like an in between, and then it'll sort of start to become something else in a new way, right? Where it's gradual and it's a gradient. uh, Often works nicely for transitions. Doesn't always have to. But I think in this work that is, as we said, these words we used, kaleidoscopic, overlapping, sort of nested, full of callbacks and like this intertwined nature, it makes sense that it would unfold in this manner. They might have judged prior, cast disapproving glances silently, portrayed the inborn misery with a pained smile. Can't relate. Am fathered by the milkman. Information up to speculation. Lost to time. Lost to the countless iterations of death lived through. Many details were lost in these fabricated flashbacks. Death really was wasted on the young. The steps echoed hollow amidst the march into the familiar glow. The remnants of what may once have been a door were stepped on. The significance of my passing was greatly exaggerated. A blink. A switch in scenery. The trauma roulette spun on, all chips on black, onto the portrait of the family head, my father. An oil canvas of cracked colors and faded pigments entered my eyes. How often must I retrace my steps? An old uniform of dead mat, the color of dried wine. Kind of nice, subtle callback to prior, not subtle, but callback to prior act. Clad his broad frame. The details seem vivid, ever present, seen too often, yet unforgotten. The heavy old dusty air of his office. Unforgotten. Office, often. Your sound is so good. The smell of aldehyde paint. The scene. The unseen eyes that glare down strip me to my marrow. They were covered in a thin layer of fog. Self-preservation, I guess. They really always look the same. My gaze was glued to his gallant stand, to a presence that screamed ability without hubris. The CV of his life hovered over me, a measure tape to the soul. I love how we are working in this idea of just feeling like small and towered over, right? Talking about his ability, his CV of life to be measured, right? These sort of this great thing assembled over, right? Judged, disapproving these ideas, right? Really just making this person feel small, right? And then we have this other idea happening of steps and retracing the steps somewhere, I think you said. So I think, in the similar way to the prior stanza, right, we're creating these nesting ideas, and one of them is maybe the home and the spaces, right? So we have steps, we have doors, we have all of that, and then we sort of have this verticality of stature, right? And clothing as well, we're talking a lot about that. And then there's the interesting black red roulette thing as well. A frock coat of bronze wool draped in elegance over his padded shoulders. Umber trousers fell over polished leather boots. A careful polish, never the flashy kind. This idea of humility somewhat, without hubris, never the flashy kind. His eyes consumed everything before him. He exuded nobility. It was the ideal kind, the grace of aristocracy, the dignity and humility of refined manners and education. Class that the elite couldn't buy with money. A sigil ring shone faintly atop his left hand. In veritate, libertas, in libertate, vincula. I like the Latin again, because the Latin kind of, we use the Latin in the prior act, right? He embodied this contradiction. So in veritate libertas, that's in truth, liberty, in liberty, vincula. Does anyone just have vincula off the top of their head so I don't have to type it into the thing? Latin. Perhaps you face your fears since you wrote this. You misread the line below it. I'm sure I did. Engraved in it was his motto. Oh, there we go. In truth, freedom. Oh, did I just skip it? In truth, freedom. In freedom, shackles. Okay. Oh, that's dope. Yeah, I'd be skipping lines sometimes. Okay. A sigil ring shone faintly atop his left hand. In veritate libertas in libertate vincula. Engraved in it was his motto. In truth, freedom. In freedom, shackles. He embodied this contradiction. He lived it. I never understood it. He and I could not speak the same language. When he said son, I could only answer with disappointment. When I said dad, his eyes answered for him. Just bars. Behind me, his frame throned over me, lecturing me, his tone warm but devoid of any familiarity. He was talking about things that were undoubtedly already benign back then. I tried my best to follow his footsteps, yet I could never fill these shoes. I was too atypical, too abnormal, a lesser version, a derivative, one needed to shorten. I like this. Even now on this painting, I could not meet his gaze. Subconsciously, I knew it was better to stay in my place. The man did not deserve this. Raising me must have been a Herculean task. Overcoming 8 labors only for your wife's labor to produce your 9th. It's very clever. He might be able to slay a fiscal hydra, but he could never see what was going on in this head. We lived in separate worlds, in one too many ways. So, something I noticed at this juncture in this act, we are way less tactile so far, right? We're way less tactile. All we have is, right, what have we been given? We've been given, like, the hallway, the door, the portrait, the stairs, right? The ring. The ring is nicely tactile. And we're, like, a page and a half into the act. And I feel like it feels, and the smell. But, like, in this one, right, we're doing the clang and the cough and the blood and the carpet, where we have the mother and the father. We have, like, it's very slowed down. And I think it is... I will say that it feels very slow. Right? It feels very slow on the back of the prior stanza. I don't think that's bad. I do not think slow is bad. I am just definitely feeling like this is a very different pace, and a very different pace than we've gotten in the piece so far. I think that's probably good. It's probably good, right? Because it'd be hard to keep up the pace of the first 2 chapters entirely. But it's interesting because, like, we're breathing in a way, but we're not breathing because this slowness almost makes it the most intense thing we've read so far, because everything else, the pain is undercut with levity, right? And this just feels very heavy. And I think it's good that you're conveying this feeling, because you have this towering presence over me in this piece. You have this just figure looking down, and it's weighing. I think that's probably good. I'm not sure if it's too much, but it's a thought. This prose is so good, bright nuggets of lovely phrases sprinkled throughout. Yeah, there's just gems in here. Merely more regurgitated scenes came to visit. These old crusted memories. The next failure in motion was me, sitting on perfectly pruned grass, staring on papers showing a lot more red than green. Staring on papers showing a lot more red than green. Like schoolwork. Staring at... This is a translation thing, I guess. The scene would change. People would talk behind my back, spread rumors, and throw pity at my family. The faint hope of getting accepted by the rich and powerful showed its sweet allure. The flashbacks would quicken. In every visual I was alone. Alone at the meal table. The others feeding on my silence. Alone at the park, alone in a home. Okay. I think I found my thought. And it comes from Kurt Vonnegut's advice, which I just find really nice and super applicable. In a story, you're writing either provides action or characterization. It tells us something new that we didn't know about the world or the character, or it gives us something going on. In the first two sections, you're carried by action. You have so much action. And now we're spending this time to like do more characterizing, right? And fleshing out the mind and the internal thoughts. And I think it's good. And you're giving us more about this character. The only thing I think is sometimes it feels like some of the ways that you're characterizing don't feel new, right? It's like, trying to find one. Like this kind of like, it's a good line. I like this line a lot, but at the same time, like, okay, parents are disappointed. We're going to say this thing again, right? And, you know, like, okay, lectured. He's towering over. And I think if we can, rather than adding action, I don't think we need action necessarily, because I like the slowness of it. But it feels like, I'm not enough, I'm not enough, I'm not enough, I'm not enough. Now, granted, that experience is, I mean, it's something I've experienced growing up, is that feeling of not being enough. And like standing up against these measures, and it can feel like over and over again, it's just that singular thought in the head, I'm not enough, whatever. But I think it starts to feel like it needs to be described in new different ways, or ways that feel like it's telling us more. So I like, for example, the failing marks and the people talking behind the back, right? Because that's like a new detail, that's a new image. It is a little bit of action, right? Basically, the theme does not develop enough, so it's the same flavor. Yeah, that's what I would say, Face Your Fear. It's not pushing. And you can push the characterization without pushing the action. But it's stumbling a little bit. The flashback would quicken. In every visual, I was alone. Alone at the meal table, the others feeding on my silence. Alone at a park bench, alone at a home. I'd be disowned. Start a job in a town I couldn't pronounce. Fired in record time. Always on the move, stuck in the gutters where I belonged. Find a place. Live surrounded by faces devoid of hope. Wake up in the midst of rodents. Yeah, see, it's just a lot of like nothing. And nothing like the oblivion alone, whatever. Not that there's nothing there, because there's beautiful writing. I think Messier is absolutely right that like, holy shit, just the writing itself is great, you know? Yeah, I struggled a bit to develop the adoration in a sense, but that is for future me. Yeah, because you have like this I don't blame him idea. And I think that's really interesting, right? This man did not deserve this. Like, he did this great honorable thing by suffering me, his child. Um, that is maybe like the most compelling crux of this. You know, we know that the parents hate the kid and he gets abused, and we know the father's kind of like a deadbeat from before. Um, so it's how we play with those tensions, because the tensions are exciting and the tensions are where characterization thrives, right? I don't blame him, but he was horrible to me. But he was noble, and I look up to him and I adore him. And he's towering over me, and it's awful, but he's towering over me in a way that he is powerful and I want to be like him maybe. Maybe there's a power thing, right? I mean this is the whole like it returns cycle of abuse, right? I see this man as powerful because I am weak, so I have a desire to be powerful, right? And maybe that's not an honest description, and so you can't write something like that. But right, tying this idea within the broader themes of the work from above, I think would also help with that, right? Because we are doing that, right? Ice cream truck again. So like, I think maybe this act could be strongest by connecting back to the other acts and like playing off of them, providing new context, providing like something to shift our perspective on what had happened before, and maybe to shift our perspective on what we will see going forward in Act 4. So it could be like this pivot point to help us move on, which is like a common Act 3 thing, right? If we're talking about the 5 act structure, right? Of like one as sort of a exposition, right? Not that we're following the 5 act structure, but we sort of create this expectation, right? We set the scene, we rise, and then we like, we have like the true tension or whatever. Um, so like we set up the idea with these acts. The idea is more that thinking of never being enough. So from a point of failure, he does not consider what his father did abuse per se. It's just that he sees himself as the mistake or wrong. Future me will have fun. Yeah, yeah, and making sure that that's like, hmm. Yeah, and the self blame is interesting. And I think maybe the trick is to, right, self blame is hard because self blame is real and it's compelling. But self blame can sound a lot like self pity. And really, I think it is very, very rare that anyone will enjoy reading a self pitying character. Like, it's really hard to read and to write someone who is like, woe is me. I'm wrong and I am the origin of all the suffering of the world. And because, like, it's just not a very, like, particularly compelling character. So we have to find the way to be self blaming without being self pitying. And I think that's where, like, the positive spin that uplifts the father out of blame is the thing that we want. Listen, says Nikki. Your poetry is not self pitying. Um, So, I mean, maybe you like reading self-pitying characters, in which case, fair enough. But not, I think it's not a broadly enjoyed, it's, type of character. Yeah, the problem with the voice is to show toxicity through, toxicity through adoration. I wonder why death tastes like cheap regret and microplastics. My mother would come in with great accuracy, and my father sniffed like lead poisoning. No strong feelings would be elicited, and the new old news would bother me yet another time, and it would all start again. In response, the wall before me rumbled. It was time to move on. I like that. I like that a lot. Dust emerged from the cracks, which had not been wiped in ages. My eyes were irritated, filled with tears. My lungs blessed with the joy of asbestos. It was the expected transition to a boring follow-up. Gorbachev tore it down. All 37.5% of him. Stagnant air shall greet me, the smell of intellectualism pervading the scenery. Underpaid interns tend to the pristine grain that had seen more chemicals than the Geneva Convention. Stagnant air shall... Oh, that's a repeat. The grass has not become any greener here. My eyes open with a lethargy, perfected over countless flashbacks. And we have the eyes open again. We have that sort of return, the flashback, the death, the life, the coming back. Very cool. There's like a Proustness to this in a way. I don't know if you've read In Search of Lost Time, Face Your Fear, but I've only read some of it. You might enjoy that book. I mean, the language is so incredibly rich. He writes with just like a love for words and descriptions and vivid things. And he plays with time and flashbacks. It's a tough work to just give a try. It's very long. I mean, it's 7 books. That's 1 book. So there's that. I got like 150 pages into the first one, and it's everything. It's like candy, and I think a lot of your writing is like candy, or like the kaleidoscope. It's sweet and colorful and vibrant, and it's life as life, but more than life, and that's what makes it like life, right? And I think it's very suited to you as a writer. Yeah. Face Your Fear, do you have any other questions about this, or does anyone else have any other questions or comments about Acts 2 and 3 of It Returns? Because that was a lovely thing to read and talk about. Really rich, really enjoyable, and I hope that little bit of critique on Act 3 is helpful and will be helpful going forward. All good? There's none. Excellent. Well, then, thank you. Yeah, this is one to go back to the VOD for. I mean, Face Your Fear's writing is so good. Like, this whole stream, great writing. Cabbage's poem, man. So, thank you, Face Your Fear, so much for submitting. I am so deeply grateful that you've submitted your work, that you've shared it with me so I can share it with others, and to have the courage to, put forth the text in front of so many, for the sort of educational skewering of it. Thank you. Stream where I read people's writing does not happen without people sending me their writing. And you have enabled me to have my little joy, one of my little joys of life that keeps me going as an artist and as a person. So thank you. Yeah, and you're welcome for the feedback. Yeah. Last act will be short, 449 words, but yeah, thank you for spotting my neat little tricks. Oh yeah, they're so fun to spot. Your work is fun to read. Imogen giving actually useful feedback. Man, it happens like once a week. Imogen, notoriously resistant to feedback, actually said this part feels Um, lacking. I think I think there are a few ways. There are a few ways to tell, sort of oblique and inconsistent ways to tell, like, how strong I think a work is. I am more willing to provide concrete critique to a work that feels stronger, um, which is interesting. I mean, you know, I said it multiple times. I love your writing, Face Your Fear. Um, but at the same time, sometimes that's not true. Sometimes I read something I really, really like, and I just talk about how much I love it. And I'm like, especially with poetry. I mean, I give critique more on prose than poetry, right? Because I think prose issues are more glaring, whereas poetry, like, everything can sort of fall within like a lens of like it can be interpretively justified, which I enjoy. I enjoy the puzzle of justification of a work. So it's very rare that I give like this feels bad in a poem because nothing ever hardly feels bad in a poem. And then prose, I think that's actually the distinction because I'm almost always giving actual feedback, critique on prose, and I cannot give critique on poetry. It doesn't compute that way. You're going on strike, Callie? If I don't read your thing. Yeah, I'm not reading your thing today. That was the last thing we're reading today. Callie and I are going on strike until we get read, just to be annoying. I think I'm probably going to read yours next stream, Ray. It's been a while. We're going to tie ourselves to the Sphere in Las Vegas. I like that. That's spectacle. Yeah, that's cool. And you hold a little sign, like, demanding that I come, like, read your poetry. That's great. That's very artist of you. That's very Howell, Allen Ginsberg, um, and the recounting of the actual event of the people showing up to the psychiatric hospital, shaving their heads, and demanding lobotomy. Um, demanding lobotomies. That's kind of what that feels like. A sign that says "me next, me next." Yeah, that and language slut. I feel like I should buy some blank T-shirts and like get a little screen printing kit and just make language slut T-shirts, and I can just sell them to you guys if you want them for like, and I'll just break even. That would be the merch. That would be so dope. All it needs to be black shirt, white cursive, language slut. You know, have you ever seen a T-shirt made with stencils and spray paint? I guess that's the same idea, right? Um, yeah, those are cool. So, Comic Sans language slut. I thought like a kind of fine cursive would be nice. You know, do we get percentages for? Do we get percentages? What do you mean for? I don't. Of what? Tie-dyed shirts in college. I tie-dyed shirts in college. It was super fun, dude. I've seen like people do like crazy tie-dye where it's like all elaborate and they're making like very intentional like mandalas, and then they open it and it's a whole like crazy thing. That's kind of, it's kind of crazy. Um, how would you rate your own handwriting on a shirt? So I think this depends, right? That's my handwriting, the bad calligraphy on the wall. Um, but like, I meant the price is lowered if we submit a poem with it. Uh, I don't know about that. I think predominantly, y'all submitting poetry is to your benefit. um, so right, I can be, you know, I can write like this, and that's just not useful, right? Language slut. But then there's like the super angular cursive, which I'm known to do, which is also not very useful because it's hard to read. And then there's like, and I don't think I would want that on a shirt because that doesn't look super great. And I can be, you know, fairly good with my handwriting. It's not like t-shirt level, right? This is also, my handwriting is better on paper. And that's like fine. But also like, I don't think I'd want it on a t-shirt. And then, I have to find it. There's my old handwriting. There's my 1800s handwriting, I think is the best way to call it, which used to look like this. And this is just how I wrote. And that is also not very helpful, you know. Yeah. So none of those would be great on a shirt. So I would rate them 0 out of 10 for the purposes. Founding Fathers writing. Oh, yeah. I like the last option, but add a sketch of a dandelion. There you go. Actually, my favorite... Oops. My favorite handwriting I've ever done, I think, is on this little zine that I made. This little poetry zine I made called Waymaker, which I really enjoyed. This might be one of my favorite pieces of art. I haven't done a zine in a while, but Waymaker, a poem. I am Waymaker, charting beginnings and ends, the guide up the mountain, the homeward and hostile path. I am pain bearer, haruspex of ego, bleeding, hello? Bleeding futures, digesting pasts. And this is all collage and stuff. These lines suck. I am sun chaser, man in his hubris, initiate of ambition, wanderer of trials. I am moonseeker, dilettante of renewal, champion of submission, caretaker of the cycle. And that's the poem in a legible way. Did you need to squint to read your own handwriting? Yes. But there's this. So this page, though, just with like the clocks and the mountains and the music score, which is sort of disintegrating, and the tree and the eye, I don't know. It's cool shit. So yeah, I like my handwriting in that. Yeah. Wood table. Okay. Yeah. That's lovely. Such elegant writing. Yeah, elegant writing that I had to squint to read, right? You're in the other zine. You are in the other zine, Callie. I probably have a signature like John Hancock. My signature is not that crazy. I'll give it to you all so you can... Oh, here's my iPad password, 33627. Just so you guys know that too. Also my computer password. My signature is that. Although that's with my actual last name. There is the 2/3 Lotus signature, which is, how do I do it? Two-thirds Lotus, kind of clever, kind of cute. And I think that one is it's in the zines that I signed. The zine that I have in front of me isn't signed because it was a bad copy. And then, yeah, so these are the two. Yeah. I like words. I like language. I'm a bit of a language slut, as they say. Every artist needs a signature look. That's funny. Um, they do, right? There was a time where, oh, and then I have my music one because my music is Idgi, IDGI, and that is this for Idgi, IDGI, and then it's an ambigram where it's just the same up and down. So yeah. I appreciate how you say that's funny with no hint of laughter in your voice after. Okay, no. When I say something is funny, when I say that it is funny, I mean that it is funny. I think this is like an autistic thing in my brain, but like it is funny, but it's not funny enough to like interrupt my conversation in a way that I laugh. Um, and so I need to say that it's funny because it is funny. But I'm too like emotionally and expressively distant to laugh at your joke. So yeah, you mind sharing your bank information as well? Maybe your social security number. Don't worry, we'll keep them safe. Yeah, I mean, it only makes sense, right, Messier, that as my book club collaborator, like it's important that we have a level of trust and should be on the uh, that level of sharing bank information, right? So we're in ads right now. I don't know if Messier is staring at ads, which would be sad. Because then I'd have to like say that again. I hate ads, but I didn't want to take a break because like stream's gonna end soon anyway. Um, but yeah, no, I should. I should give my bank information. Everyone, really. Excited for the book club? Yeah. Um. Anyway. That implies artists can live from their craft. Well, oh, Messier's message does? Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, my bank information would not be very useful to you guys. Like, my bank information is pretty meager, and I think you would see it and be like, damn, maybe I don't want to take what's here. um, Someone with redemption points should redeem a poem about things being funny. I think that's really rich coming from you, Nikki. I think that's really quite funny coming from you, being the person with the most channel points in the entire stream. Uh, that's someone should do it. It's like billionaires being like, someone should deal with the climate crisis. Someone's making the world go to shit. I don't know what's happening. Buy a Tesla, like nah, get out of here. Give us the funny number on the back of your credit card. Okay, so it's 67676767. That's the funny number. It might be on the back of my credit card. I don't don't have a credit card. I have a debit card. Okay, you're free, Messier. I was saying to your prior message that I think as members of a book club that's an important intimate pact of trust, and based on that, I absolutely should give you my bank information because I should demonstrate that degree of trust in my literary peers. But that being said, you wouldn't find much there. So, also, yeah, I'm so stoked for the book club. I really like the idea of just like the sort of like, hey, what are you reading lately? I think that's a beautiful way to do a book club. What have you been reading, and just kind of talking about it. And I like the idea that you said of like the viewer call-ins or whatever, and you can do that on stream together. You can have viewers call in directly from chat through Twitch, right? Which is like super sick. Oh my gosh, there's 30 more cents in my bank account. Now maybe it's worth stealing if I give out my bank information to you all. Uh, I like that. It's a big dinosaur and it's dancing. That makes me very happy. That's good. This is good. Life is good. I have no complaints. I am grateful for every moment of this life I get to live. Holy shit. And there's little ones dancing with it. He's like the leader of the dancing dinosaur. Oh my gosh. Wow. It's totally worth the X amount of cents. It's worth it for me. Dancing dinos on my most used. Understandable, man. Oh my gosh, there's more of them. I cannot. This is. I feel like you guys could probably, in like a coordinated effort, just like blank my brain in the middle of me analyzing a poem just by like sending a bunch of dancing dinosaurs. It's so whimsical. And then Ray's sending like weird creepy shit, like cat spinning or something. I don't know. I don't know if I like that. Dude, my mouse is bugging out. What the fuck? My y'all send so many dinosaurs that like my mouse is just. Oh, I see. It wasn't to do with the dinosaurs. Sorry. Anyway, it was like going up and down like this. That's an octopus? A squid. That's dope. My throat was just making noises there. I'm sure the mic picked that up and that's disgusting. The All-Mother has appeared. Consume her flesh to become one with the universe. Yes, yes, yes. Consumption of flesh is good. Oh, jeez. Break the stream, break the stream, break the stream. I mean, the good thing is we're in a part of the stream where there is absolutely nothing to be broken. It is just me here, and you all get to feast on the flesh or something, because that's me. Because it's a cult, like body and blood. I had someone ask me a question once that they're like, in the way of like Christ, where his body is bread and his blood is wine. They were like, what would your bread and wine be? Like, what would your body be made of, and what would your blood be as like any liquid and any solid food? I think that was a really wonderful question. I don't know if I ever had an answer, but I think Face Your Fears blood would be blue Gatorade. I think my blood. What would my blood be? I don't know. I don't like. I would choose like ink for the whole poetry thing, but that's just not like a food, and that'd be kind of weird. Kind of a neat question that I'm just gonna let kind of sit in rhetorical space. Forever Tainted by Blue Gatorade. I don't even remember anymore, like, because we read Act 1 so long ago, what that even was. Like, what that was even making reference to. So, okay, Nikki's most used emotes. Heart, lol, Komodo hype. You do use that one a lot. Sir Uwu. The snaps. I like the snap emote. That one's really good. Some music. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like I don't watch Twitch, so I never like use emotes. So like I only see emotes on Twitch through what is used in chat. And like there are all these incredibly unique things that just appear. Very cool. The Komodo is on there twice because he has two different names. Does he? Oh, he does. He has Komodo. Oh, and PogChamp, I see. Because PogChamp is like gone or whatever. The haiku. No blood equals Heaven's Gate. My death explained via haiku. I'm Gatorade Blue. Oh, right. Yeah, yeah. My death explained via haiku. I'm Gatorade Blue. Fucking brilliant. Fucking brilliant. My body would be apples and my blood would be peanut butter. Man, that's like Yeah, clogged arteries with peanut butter blood. I think I do a lot of flu. Okay, my blood would be like the horrible a concoction of like protein, fruit, and vegetable smoothie that I create for myself on a daily basis to support my health and my gains and my wonderful flowing hair and nice skin and all of that. So really, like my blood is like protein powder, spinach, lemon, ginger, berries, fucking oats, chia, um, a little creatine for the muscles, milk and water and ice. Ends up liquid somehow. And then my body, I've been eating a lot of scrambled eggs lately. Really, really big on scrambled eggs for the last 2 days. Kind of in a phase, I must say. My blood would be like this joke about our former president's brother who died and was known for drinking heavily. They say he was created and burned for a week. That's fucking awesome. Dude, Chile sounds like the way you describe Chile, right? And like all the history and all the crazy like Chilean poets and the politics and like it just sounds to me like the most like culturally vibrant place in the world. And compared to like America, I don't know, like get me to Chile. Uh, and y'all have like crazy mountains next to ocean and like trees and shit. Um all these poets. I don't know. I've been feeling lately like culture is dead in America. It's really hard. I do agree with you, Nikki. I think there are places. I think the internet has culture, but like it's almost not how culture works, because it becomes like isolated. There's no such thing as like broad pervasive culture. Like people say like there will never be another like Michael Jackson and that level of like superstardom and like global cultural impact. I absolutely agree with that. There's too many people. It's too segmented into like sub communities on the internet. Like culture is dead and subculture is the only thing that exists anymore. I think this is a take I have that could be wrong. I've been eating a lot of eggs in a basket. What is eggs in a basket? Can you help me out here? Eggs in a basket. I don't think it's just a basket of eggs. Eggs in a basket. Okay, copy. And it has something to do with frying eggs. Am I the only one who's like never heard of this? Okay, eggs in a basket. Fucking AI overview trying to tell me what an egg in a basket is. Oh my gosh. So you cut a hole in the bread. You put the and then it toasts the bread. Eggs in a basket. This is what Nikki eats every day. Nikki just takes the eggs in the basket, like grabs the egg, like crunches into it. That's what I would like to believe. Oh wow, this one's AI. That's AI. That's AI as fuck, right? That's super AI. It's like they're just floating. Yeah. Um, that's AI. Maybe not. Uh, hard to tell. It's interesting. That's hard. AI keeps getting better. Oops, go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Wow. 10 hours a day on this device. That's pretty good. But at least it's not a phone. Anyway, oh, and you add plastic cheese. That's awesome. Bagel with an egg in the middle. I guess you could do the same thing with a bagel, yeah. Don't put too many eggs in the same basket. I try my best, yeah. I have a friend who said something similar. He attributes it to white supremacy being a negative. Wait, how? What are you responding to? What do you? Somos el mejor país de Chile. You're the greatest country. We are the. I feel like you're saying that like Chile is the biggest country in Chile, which is funny. Do you want to see the cover of my novel? Yeah, sure. I suppose. Feel free to steal that line. I'm so lost, chat. I'm lost in chat. I'm just lost. I can't. Oh. I'm just gonna go to the start. AI can suck my balding head and make hair grow back somehow. I mean, I guess if AI can do that, it can stick around, right? That's not a big deal. Like I'd be fine with that. Good work, chat. Yeah, I got all confused when I went to the other screen, and you know, I'm sure you all put a lot of an immense amount of effort into all of those messages that I didn't read. Here's the cover of Face Your Fears book. Go read it now. You can only read the cover, but it's hit the piano. But it's in the post. And is that the cover for the book like that you're working on that you are sending, like the one that it repeats? Is it actually called Born and Torn? I feel like I remember you saying that. I'm gonna buy it when you publish it. I also really need to buy a Nikki poetry collection because I like your poetry a lot and I feel like I should own it. I don't know if anyone else in my chat has published things. If any of you do, I should buy them. Because y'all are great writers. If you had to play a chord on the piano to accommodate that cover, what would you play? I feel like it's just a cluster chord. Like, it's... Man. I mean, like, it's kind of boring to just you know, whatever. But I feel like it's got some, like a half step, and it's like there. It's like the opening of some like really like avant-garde like piano accompaniment for like a trumpet sonata where they like only play like freaky fucking overtones the whole time, and then the trumpet comes in like, and then like, and it's like a muted trumpet, and they just like play like a double high C, and it goes for like 2 minutes of that, and then like I don't know, and then it does like some like avant-garde reinterpretation of a Bach fugue, and it's like the fugue state is like the name of the piece, and like people clap at the end not knowing what they just listened to. Yeah, that's what I would do for that. It will take a whole lot of time. Whole book will be like 120,000 words to 2,000K. Oh my gosh, that's going to be massive. You have published books, Callie? Oh, sick. Yeah, Nikki has a published poetry collection, and you all should buy it because, like, Nikki's a goat. Nikki is awesome and cool, and you should leave very positive reviews on, like, the Amazon page or whatever, so it gets, like, boosted in the Amazon book rankings, and then Nikki can succeed. Make it big as a poet in the industry. That Nikki can get published by Knopf or something. Dang, I should have kept that a secret. I guess. I don't know. I feel like it's good to say that you've published things. Yes, plural, says Little Demon on my shoulder. No, don't, says the angel. Yeah, no, y'all are allowed to gas yourselves up. Hell yeah, Be That Rex about to buy the poetry collection. Let's go. Everyone drop your shit in self-promo. And then I can share my bank account information if it means something. Call back. There's a poetry industry. Yeah, it's called the Poetry Industrial Complex. And it takes poor little bright-eyed students who like to express themselves. It puts them in college-level courses, MFA programs, and then doctorates, where they write dissertations about things they lose sight of the true meaning of. And then they look around, void, vacant, and empty, not sure what to do. And then they work in a grocery store. Or, if they are part of the lucky, selected, cherished few, they get a part-time position as an associate professor at a community college, teaching ungrateful children about poetry and things that no one seems to understand, the beauty that they see in it. And then eventually they work their way up, associate professor, whatever, up to a tenured track position by the time they're 75 years old, so that they can cling to that job until their dying age, teaching antiquated ideas of what art is and can be that they learned 50 years ago when they were a student and never grew beyond. At which point, it repeats. That being said, we exist here to take down big poetry, take down the industry, this democratized, decentralized internet education. That's what we do here. I don't know why I'm doing the voice, but we got like a 6 M14s in the back. It like shifted into something else at the end there. Get out of the pocket of big poetry. Oh yeah, I will say, I stand by the commitment for the rest of my time as one of the great luminary teachers of poetry and one of the world leaders of politics, that I will never, have never, and do not hold any investments or funding or super PAC money from big poetry. I am here for the people, of the people, by the people, until the end of my days. You mark my words. And then they find me in like the fucking Panama Papers, like taking bribes from foreign interests, and I'm actually like supporting big oil. Yeah. What a place. What a place. Them poetry fat cats hoarding all the poetry. Oh yeah, all those publishers, all those poetry pimps controlling the lives of us mere pathetic word whores, and trying to turn innocent language sluts into something sold, commodified, used by society. What a travesty this place we live in. We must bomb Penguin Publishing. We must throw Molotovs and bricks into the windows of Knopf. We must tear down poetry magazine offices in Chicago. It will all come to an end, and out of the ashes of that ruin will rise a new dawn for the poetic form, freer, more beautiful, unbound by the chains of capital. We will cast off our shackles and make a new, brighter day for the art form which we so love. We will not stand the oppression that we have suffered so long. So tell me, who is with me? Crowd cheering, crowd cheering. We're going to pipe in a lot of noise of that in post. I'm going to stand there and bask in the attention of the people. This is the dawn of the new day. And then, you know, there's like fireworks and shit. Here. Yeah, golf claps. Did not expect a manifesto recital. I feel like it happens twice a month on this stream. I think it happens twice a month. We get a good improvised manifesto. We had the femboy one. That was a couple weeks ago at this point now. So yeah, we had the straight up reading of geez, my head is empty right now. I used it all in manifesto writing on the fly. Forgot his name. Forgot the name of one of the most important black orators and scholars in American history. Yeah, we'll just gloss over that. We read his speech a couple weeks ago. Last week? Week and a half. Split the difference. I should not be trying to drink my Mr. Pibb while Ginny is spitting, because I will end up spitting. Yep. That's what we do here. We're a bunch of language sluts who spit. Yeah. Frederick Douglass. Thank you, Nikki. What I've seen, you're a good poet. If you're a good poet, the CIA will bankroll you. Yeah, they did. They well, was he a poet? They don't do it if you're a good poet. They do it if you're a poet who can be leveraged against the oncoming tides of communism, and then they will bankroll your Iowa Writers Workshop, which will grow into the greatest, most revered pillar of poetic and literary education in the country. They will do that. I don't know about individual poets. I don't have that kind of knowledge. But yes, the Iowa Writers Workshop was originally funded in large part by the CIA, and it involved and specifically searched for like people who would write great American novels, you know, the Faulkners and the Hemingways, who would expound on the valor of America in the wars abroad. They like specifically took like there, you know, there was the whole GI Bill to get people in college, so they were like taking those people like from the war, and they're like, tell your story to the world and share American values of the good heroic soldier, and that all did happen. To a lesser extent with Wallace Stegner and his fellowship, which I'll be applying for in 3 months' time. Fuck. What does it mean to be bankrolled? Given money. The bank is rolling, and you are rolling, and we are banking. Does it mean they will bulldoze my bank? Nah, you'll be bulldozing the world with the bank behind you. We getting free poetry without spending our hard-earned channel points. I know, right? All you guys have to do is like give me good topics, and I'll just put words, you know, words in my mouth. Spit, poetry, word, language slut. Is that what it is? Language slut? I feel like it was different. I think it's language slut. And after this speech, let me order Nikki's work from Amazon. Yes, cast off the shackles of capital. It was a good try. We almost got there, but Daddy Bezos. Shackles. Okay, so anyway. Do I use fluid ounces or milliliters? Whatever floats your boat. I want to live in the patron days. That's what I'm saying, Nikki. Rich people could be doing such a better job of bankrolling people like me, and there just aren't rich people around who will like give me money to be myself. What the fuck is wrong with that? Like, we could be in a great American Renaissance, and I don't know, it could be like socialism or some shit. If we just didn't spend the money in Iran, bombing Iran, murdering war crimes in Iran, you know, we'll say it how it is. And we just like gave people like college, supported industry, brought back work, labor, loved unions. I don't fucking know. How can we be great if we're not murdering brown school kids? Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Actually, you got me. You got me. That's us. It's America. It's my country, USA. 4th of July. America 250 type shit. QAnon pavilion in the Great American Fair. I don't know. I don't like my writing, but I've received nothing but good compliments, so I guess I'm a good writer now. That's a dangerous thought. That's a very dangerous thought, Callie. That's a very dangerous thought. I'm not saying you're a bad writer, but that's a dangerous way to think, right? And yeah, the worst critic will always be your own inner voice, for sure. But I would try to just kind of let the notion of good writer leave your mind. That's what I would go with. Yeah, the first one is male lead, second one is female, but then I switch characters a lot. Oh, we're talking about books. Persons, tenses, perspective. None of it matters to me unless, I like it. People can write bad things in first person and bad things in third person. Not that there's really bad things. Although I have put down books before because they were intolerable, but most things aren't bad. I'm more willing to call prose bad, that being said. I'm really I'm picky about prose. Like, prose takes too long. Like, if I read a poem and like I genuinely don't enjoy it, I'm out like 5 minutes of my life, And I can spend another like 20 minutes and probably be like, oh, there's actually some like really great things in here and it's beautiful and it's awesome and we've like redeemed ourselves and done analysis and it's great. Book, I get like halfway through and I'm like sticking with it. I'm 200 pages in and like nothing has happened. Dude, you took like that's unethical. I don't know. I think it's unethical to write a bad novel. I think it's perfectly ethical to write bad poetry. And that's why there's no bad poetry, because like to write a poem is much less of an ethical proposition. A stealing of time is like wage theft or something. We'll go with that. Yeah. Doing writing on hard mode to respect the hustle. Yeah. We gonna read some more? Nah. Stream is ending promptly. I'm hungry. First one was told through the heads of goats. Now that sounds like good writing. Just do that every time, and it'll always be good. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Feels like an SCP or an old soothsayer. What was the term again for an entrail? Haruspecs. The ones who cut out stomachs and portend the future. I used that in the poem I read a second ago in Waymaker. What am I gonna eat? Asking the real questions. Questions that matter. Shit. Totally blanked. I ate eggs earlier. I can't have scrambled eggs twice in a day. That's like... It's like the sin of gluttony. 4 eggs in a day? Because you can't just make one scrambled egg, right? You make 2 scrambled. You do 2 eggs and scramble them. 4 eggs in a day? Some like gym bro shit. I'm not a gym bro. I can't let my like soft androgyny go. Can't become Gaston. I haven't eaten an apple today. I could eat an apple. I like apples. Are there leftovers? Is there still leftover lentil soup? No. I ate all the lentil soup. Oh, there's leftover pasta and meatballs unless someone else ate it. Pears? No. Pears are a bad fruit. Pears? L fruit. One of the rare fruits I'm not keen on. Pears? Weird. Pears? Whack. Pears? Nah. Pears? In a salad are good, though. Only time I'm chill with pears is in a salad. I also ate pears. Okay. Pears rock. Maybe I've never had good pears, right? Maybe this is just like America. Like we don't have good pears. That could be a thing, right? But yeah, leftover lentil soup sounds like a title. Yeah, that could be a good title. With cream? Pears with cream. This is something people eat. I mean, that sounds kind of delicious. I bet if the pear was, like, tasty. Jenny gives 0 cares if you share a website. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Who do you think I am? Like, I'm not the chains of capital. And I was like, oh, yeah, don't share your art in this stream. This is a cult. Only I'm the only one that can profit. And I'm gonna have a whole complex about the fact that this stream, this thing that I do that I love, only has a meager profit that isn't that much, and so no one else can share the things that they might profit from in my chat, because that would make me feel attacked, and like the world is competitive and hyper capitalist, and so instead I will be competitive and hyper capitalist and place myself as the only thing that matters, and my own self-interest and financial goals as the utmost thing. There is absolutely no space in this place for sharing. There is no space in space for anyone but me. I will be the ruler of the universe. I will transcend and become God. That is my goal as an artist, to become God. And if anyone, everyone here is just someone who stands in my way, and truly the goal of this stream is to find you all and give you bad information and seed mind viruses into your head, so that you'll become terrible artists, and I will ascend to literary godhood, and you will all bow down at my feet. This is a cult. That's what we're doing here. Follow me, worship me. You know? Yeah, that's what's happening. Yeah. Maybe putting the miss into information. Yeah. Exactly. I keep ending up in cults. But you're in the good cult. This is the good cult. I'll look straight into the camera. I'll like soften my eyes a little bit. I'll lean in. You're in the good cult right now. Things are going to be okay. I know the world's hard out there, and everyone else is always trying to hurt you. They're always trying to take something from you. But here, in this place, the universe is ours. It's yours. No one can take anything from you here. Okay, so anyway, every cult I've been in has been good. No Kool-Aid or comets for me. That's good. That's good. Although the Comet Is Coming is a wonderful experimental jazz group. They're super sick. I need to translate some para for you to read. Would have a blast with his poetry. I'm sure I would. You have damn good recommendations all the time. So, yeah. Ray, I have a question. There's a film by a man named Jodorowsky, who I've heard you're a fan of. It's called Santa Sangre, which is not one of the ones I've heard you talk about. I've heard you talk about Holy Mountain and I think a little bit El Topo. I've not heard you talk about Santa Sangre. Santa Sangre is showing in a local independent theater in my area on July 30th. Should I go? Is it a good film? Will my brain expand? OMG, Santa Sangre is amazing. Okay. Blind trust. It goes both ways in this cult. You know, you all tell me things and I blindly trust you, and you should blindly trust me as well. So I'll take your word for it. Reasons to never drink Kool-Aid with Ginny. Yeah. Mother, I desire Kool-Aid. I've arrived for the sippies. A sippy of Kool-Aid for the poor. Oh, could you spare a pence? Spare a Kool-Aid? Spare a pence so I could buy a Kool-Aid? A Kool-Aid for the poor? The poor? Pennies for the poor? Yeah. Okay, I'll try to go see it, Ray. I'm pretty stoked about it. They're also showing the final cut of Apocalypse Now, which is like 3 hours long, and I think I'm gonna hate it, but I also think I should go see it, cause like I've never seen it before. I've heard it described as a chud movie, but at the same time, it's like such an uber classic um, that like I feel like I should see it, even if it will make me uncomfy. I think it's the best one to start with for Jodorowsky, because it makes people go, "Oh, very David Lynch." Well, it's good that I've like never really uh, seen any David Lynch. Did David Lynch do that show? that TV show? Uh, you know, um, filmography, Twin Peaks. So that same theater is airing the entirety of Twin Peaks, or I don't know, the first season or whatever. I don't know if it's multiple seasons, but they're doing like 2 episodes like each week on like a Tuesday or something, and I can't really go to them because I have other stuff. But that's pretty cool. Maybe I can watch Twin Peaks just like on my computer. I can like pirate it. That'd be good. Is Twin Peaks good? Is this something I should experience in my mortal in the span of my mortal coil to let me ascend to artistic, you know, apotheosis? Especially weird because I have 0 children, but I've collected so many strays. Is this a cult thing? That feels like a cult thing. Catching strays. Hey, that's kind of a, you could do that. Catching strays instead of collecting strays. And then it's like there's like many ways to double meaning that. Anyway. Don't know. I'm like a stray cat. I feel like a stray cat sometimes. That's a shitty start to a poem. My local cinema sounds sick. Yeah, they are awesome. That's also where I saw Satan Tango in the theater. Crazy shit. They showed Dead Poets Society. I watched Harold and Maude there, which is a great movie that I just went because it looked kind of cool and like, holy shit, great film. I saw Cinema Paradiso there yesterday. 2 days ago, went and saw I Shot Andy Warhol, which is about the chick who wrote Scum Manifesto and shot Andy Warhol. Kind of one of those like retelling of history kind of things. Not my favorite genre generally. Like, here's a weird thing that happened in history and we're going to put it on the TV screen and it's going to be great. And it's usually just like fine. It was a pretty movie. Stylish. You should totally watch Santa Sangre, then come and share with the class. Okay. I can bring it to book club. I think movies are books, so it's fine. It's like this, 2 pendulums swinging in tune. Yeah, sure. I can't be your mother because we're twins. Are you and Callie twins? Is that what's happening? Who are you twins with? I think maybe it's Callie. I don't know. I've been collected so many times, but since I turned 28, no one has adopted me, and I don't know. It seems I just collect femboys. You collect femboys? How many femboys do you have? Wait, show me your femboy decks. I've got like 15 femboys in my femboy decks. And I've got like a hyperfem cosplay type femboy in there. And I have like, what are the other genres of femboys? Like, we need a good like the 16 personalities test, but like for femboy genres. I think that'd be good. Right? There's like the gamer programmer femboy. There's like the, yeah, I don't know. Femboys are great. Big fan. Okay, so that's all for stream today. I think we need no more. I think I'm out of it. I think we're lost. I think we are in another world and the worlds are colliding and there are too many worlds and We've built worlds that we cannot sustain, and they're crumbling under our feet, and this is a dangerous place in which to be. So, fades to black. Yeah, I mean, it would have been funny if I was just like, I like femboys, and then like hit that the stream was over. I think there's a certain beauty to that. You had 4 femboys in your life at one time. She. I think I'm on my way toward mania. That makes sense. That's why we're talking about femboys. Mania and femboys. It's like peanut butter and jelly. Like the ending of Sopranos. I need to watch Sopranos. I watched like 6 episodes of Sopranos with a man who then I stopped going out with and thus stopped watching Sopranos. But it was really good. I fuck with Sopranos so heavy. I should watch that show. Oh my gosh. So much media. I say it every stream. Put that. Okay. Bingo card, right? Bingo card for me needs to be like, okay, one is says I'm ending stream and then doesn't end stream for half an hour. One is femboys. One is I just forgot. Oh, too many media. Ray recommends some obscure shit. Ray quotes someone is another thing. Imogen, Nikki finds a word that Imogen is looking for, straight on the bingo card. Probably getting entirely derailed from a poem. Getting 45 minutes into stream without starting a poem. That goes on the bingo card. We're gonna read something and then spend an hour talking about something else. Yeah, I think that's the tangent far away from the poem, right? Imogen spills water on themselves. Imogen drops something on the floor and has to like stoop down and pick it up. Wikipedia diving. Imogen gives a manifesto, right? That goes on the bingo card. Imogen starts pulling all the poetry books off the shelf and like recommending something to someone who just started poetry and is feeling overwhelmed and helpless. I show the scenes. That does happen sometimes. Enough to be on the bingo card. We talk about handwriting. Oh, linguistics, etymological deep dive. Definitely goes on there. Pulls out a random book to read something. Yeah. Yeah, like the Macbeth thing earlier. Yeah. Religious as spiritual talk. Okay. I think I agree with that. Mention of a German Western philosopher. So, Kant, Heidegger, Hegel, etc. Specifically Germans, though. Probably like Imogen talks about the Tao in a poem. Although I've been talking about the Tao less. I had a big I was always talking about the Tao. We're sort of out of the Tao phase. Tao mentioned. Tao mentioned. That's so funny. I don't know. I'm losing it. Jeez. I don't know. Hell's Paradise? What is that? Is that like an anime? Need spaces for different writers. Kafka, Bukowski, Plath. I think that's fair. Yeah, Bukowski. Yeah, we talk about Plath enough. We talk about Kafka enough. Right. Gregor Samsa, the bug. Gabriel Garcia Marquez would be one of those. Proust. I say lots of things are Proustian. Mary Oliver. Yeah. My goat. Oh, Blake. William Blake. Yeah, we'd be doing William Blake a lot because I like to pull out his proverbs. Yeah, I mean that's enough that we could genuinely construct. There is like a I think there's like some extension in Twitch that lets you like do a bingo card, and then like when something hits, like the mods can like make it go, and you can get like channel points for it or something. And I think you can customize the things, and it just like generates the bingo card for each viewer. That'd be so sick. That'd be so sick. Look up Maurice Barre. Barres? Barre? Barre. Maurice. Maurice is a good name. I have a friend who is a girl whose name is Maurice, and I think that's the coolest fucking thing. I love like Maurice is such like a traditionally masculine name, and I think like just a traditionally masculine name on a woman or a traditionally feminine name on a man is like genuinely attractive. I'm also just I think attracted to this person, but that's beside the point. Because I don't think I want to do romance with them. That would be, I don't know. Literature release of his work, The Cult of the Self. Okay, hold on, dude. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I'm being held hostage by the chains of Wikipedia. Wrong one. Some people call me the Space Cowboy. Dude, this guy looks like he's said some shit that you couldn't say in the modern time. He looks kind of like intellectual here. He's got like the distant stare. But like some of these, I'm like, I don't know, man. You might be an asshole. Like, you know, it's not giving great. This is good. This is good. This is good. He looks a little flamboyant here. He looks a little homosexual, if you will. So that's good. Get out. Okay. Now that we've made a judgment based on his appearance, as we should always do. Thank you, Wikipedia, for having things in 40 languages. Holy shit. I love this website. It makes me so sad that like Wikipedia's reputation was tarnished by like teachers being like, yeah, you can't trust Wikipedia. This is like that's so fucking American. I don't know for like y'all people in other countries, but this is something you'd hear like every fucking day in high school in America is Wikipedia is not a reliable source. And that's such an American thing to say because Wikipedia is like so anti-capitalist in nature, right? It's free, donation-based, community-run, volunteer-run, right? Of course, it's like the opposite of like, and it's like, this is like Wikipedia has to be like the greatest like thing for knowledge in the modern time, and people be shitting on it like, oh my god. Wikipedia is incredible. Wikipedia is incredible. I love Wikipedia so much. If I had time, I would be like editing and uploading Wikipedia articles. I feel like I will do this later in life once I have like immense poetry knowledge just like in my brain. I will go like update poet articles and shit. That would be such a fun thing to do on stream. Guys, wouldn't that be such a fun thing to do on stream? Like research. Okay. Research. Yes, research fun on Twitch stream. But like going into Wikipedia articles and like updating them and like doing research and like showing that like process of like learning. I think that'd be really fun. Live editing Wikipedia articles, yeah. That'd be kind of fun. That'd be fun, right guys? Right? I'm not crazy, I'm not too autistic. Maurice, okay, let's read. Let's not get distracted. Novelist, journalist, philosopher, politician, Italy, figure, French literature, release of The Cult of the Self. Trilogy. Called his Trilogie du Moi. called his Trilogie du Mois. What does that mean? Du Mois. Can someone help me? Du Mois. The trilogy was influenced by Romanticism, also made an apology, a defense of the pleasure of the senses. Okay, that's cool. I might like this. Cult of the Self. No more on it than that. Can I like move so I can see chat over here? My trilogy? Is that just what it is? I guess maybe being the cult of the self, there's something to be said there. Chamber of Ditches, blah, 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 blah. Ligue des Patriots. These guys better be, like, fucking awesome. Victor Hugo was a... I like how all, like, the... Oh, I like how writers were political before. Allowing members... Okay, cool. Guns. Ideology. French nat... So they're like military, anti-Semite, anti-German, nationalist, far-right. Well, that's okay. He can still write good things. The author is dead. The author has been dead for so long. The author's been dead since what's-his-face killed him. Barths. Symbolism type shit. Love me a symbolist. I'm a big fan of the symbolists, I must say. It's my cup of tea. Decadentism. Interesting. Pigs. Pornocrates. Decadence. I see. Oh, I love like the depictions of people being like executed on upside down like X-shaped crosses. That's like a hyper specific thing that I really enjoy. Just like the untraditional like executions of like Christian saints, like just because we get so much Jesus, you know. Just gonna be we get so much Jesus on like the regular ass cross, and it's so iconic. But like they were doing like way cooler things, you know, like come on, you know, like don't be boring, don't be a regular ass Christ cross, you know, lover. It's all about Apostle Bartholomew and the upside down, you know, shit. I've seen this painting. So is there a connection here with Art Nouveau? This isn't very Art Nouveau, although it kind of looks like the that gold piece with the whatever. Like that's not very Art Nouveau. This is much softer. Cause like Art Nouveau has like the line work and stuff. I love Art Nouveau. This is like Art Nouveau is like one of the only fucking Klimt. What is the Klimt painting? How quickly do you think we can get to like Gustav Klimt? Is his name Gustav? I like clicking around Wikipedia. Anyway. There's our guy. Wait, our guy was here. Maurice Barré. Yeah, I feel like these people are cool. These people seem based. I mean, except for the anti-Semitism part. And anything and right-wing and militarism and... Okay, well. Gustav Klimt. Hey, I'm pretty sharp. I know things sometimes. But I don't know how to get here. Well, I can do like... I don't actually know. Oh wait, not literary movement. Artistic movement, right? And then we can go here. And then we can get to... Where's Art Nouveau? It's also called something else, right? Uh, there's another name. I don't remember. Well, we're gonna hit an end. New objectivity. People have such great Grupo 7. 7 Italian architects who wanted to reform architecture by the adoption of radicalism. Like, people are so weird. I guess Art Deco is kind of like connected to Art Nouveau, but so there's that. So like maybe we can somehow get there, right? We are just clicking around Wikipedia. We are so lost. I just wanted to get to Klimt for some reason because I wanted to see that painting. And I didn't want to look him up because I don't like looking things up. I like clicking, you know, it's much more tactile. It's much more enjoyable. And yeah, that's just whatever. Oh, it was like the Vienna Secession, right? That was another thing. That was an Art Nouveau thing. I'm genuinely just, yeah. Wikipedia diving. Yeah, check your bingo cards. We are here. I've spent way too much time on learning different torture methods. You would. Rococo. So many words. I really just, I don't know. We're just like scrolling around. Cézanne. I dropped my eraser again. Tragedy. Anyway, well, let's go back to no, not David Lynch. Who are we looking? Who were we? This guy? Okay, so why should I read this guy? He's a symbolist. He was in with the cool people. He was fascist as fuck. Occult mysticisms, which means he's based and writes good symbols because he knows like things that are more interesting than the cross. League to Patriots, so he's bad, but like some of they fascists be writing crazy shit. Went to school, bad for him, but I guess it ended up okay. Scenes et doctrines de nationalisme. Yeah, all right, dude. Maybe we'll not read that one. Political activism. At least he was like doing the work, you know? Like, honestly, I'm fine with I'm fine with someone if they're a fascist, if they're like doing the work and they're like boots on the ground and they're like giving out pamphlets. I mean, fascists don't really do pamphlets is the thing. I guess that was more of like a French thing where they were big on pamphlets. But yeah, I just don't want like you know, if you're not like a lazy political person, then that's good, right? If you're like doing things and like contributing to discourse and like acting and being in your community, I don't actually care that much. Is that a crazy thing to say? I don't think that's a crazy thing to say. It's better than political apathy. Vienna Secession was late 1800s. Oh, so I was looking in like the wrong period. I was looking at the wrong period. That tells you exactly how much I know about anything. Okay, guys. Art Nouveau. Shit pops off. It's got like, well, there's that. That's just a Japanese woodblock print. That's not it. Like, line work, geometry, symmetry, like pretty stuff, like cool buildings. Like, I don't know. This is one of my favorite genres. They did all these like posters and things that were really cool. They were big on typography, which I love words, of course. Like, look at this shit. Why don't we have posters like this for things anymore? You know, like, I don't know. I need some cool posters for stream. Margaret McDonald McIntosh. She is sick. Look at this. Who would like So tasty. So tasty. I think more than a language slut, I'm generally an art slut. Just for arts in general. We made it. We made it to the Kiss by Gustav Klimt. That's what I was looking for. I just love this piece. It's crazy. It's so cool. Um, big, big fan of this guy. Um, yeah, cool shit. Very cool shit. Oh, actually, I was like probably looking for this one, but like all of these are sick. These like three pieces. Um, yeah. Anyway, sorry. Oh, we're in the middle of an ad. Oh, we really did the thing. We really just kept going. All right, all right, all right, all right. Um, I saw someone say Art Nouveau deserve art. I saw someone say dwarves are Art Nouveau, and elves are Art Deco. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Um, although no, dwarves don't have a brutalism to them because they love their gemstones and they love their shiny things and their gold. Um, but I also think like, yeah, we'll just let it be. We're not going to try to have like nuanced discourse about um fantasy races and which art movement they represent. But like, who's cubism? No, no, I need to stop. I need to end stream. Maurice Barré was friends with Proust and all the same circles. After he became right wing, they all stopped talking to him and shit. Well, that's good. I think stopping talking to Nazis is good sometimes. Goblins are no, goblins are not cubism. You like, if you made like any more reasonable claim, I would not keep having this conversation. But like, goblins, cute? No, 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 no. That's wrong. It's not true. It's not true. Goblins. Nikki is up. No. No, it's not. Why? Why? Why would goblins be cute? You don't want it to be true. Maybe I don't. Look at the pic of shirtless Picasso painted green. I guess they do have those like really and paint him green is crazy. And like okay. You might have a point. I hate it, but I'm gonna paste shirtless Picasso into my search bar. And I think this truly more than anything else makes me an art slut. um Shirtless Picasso. We're in dangerous territory. Goblin? Green? Yeah. Yeah, okay, I get it. I get it. Yeah, he's a goblin. I take it all back. That's enough for me. I also think like the cubist faces, right? They have like these big noses and these like strange like things. Kind of goblin-esque. Oh, fuck. Is goblin-esque gonna be... I mean, we have like goblin core music. I mean, this is subculture, right? That we have like dungeon synth and goblin core. And there are probably like, I'm a fantasy goblin core artist like out there, like in existence. Like this is the death of culture. Not saying that those people are doing anything bad or that their art is invalid, but the fact that we exist in like subcultural spaces and like hyper specified internet echo chambers of creation and expression is the death of culture. This I believe, as someone who doesn't have many opinions. Dwarven metal is amazing music, yeah. Subcultures, yeah. That's like me, sub. Yeah. Diggy hole. Yeah. I'm a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. It does exist. It's the normie essay all over again. Is it the normie essay? I forgot. So the normie essay was like, people will tell you. I see. Right. The obsession with being part of a subculture and differentiating. Right. And if everyone is differentiating from something that does not exist, right? We've come so far into like being culturally unique. I think that's maybe something, I don't remember if the normie essay that you wrote touches on that, right? But as every single person tries to distance themselves from culture, culture disappears, right? And then like these like pillars of culture can only function by appealing to subcultures, and then everything shatters, right? Calling people normie to feel better oneself so we can consume without. Yeah, and I guess the consumption part, right? Like, I'm going to buy my little Goblin Core set of Dungeons and Dragons dice so I can consume because it characterizes me as a person, right? And if I can become characterized, then I'm following one of Vonnegut's 2 rules of fiction, that I should either be characterizing or pushing the action forward. But action itself becomes fully subsumed by characterization, and we exist in a place where we consume to create our identity, and we feel that consumption is the only action we can take, and it spirals us into a fundamental reliance on the capitalist system, and we need to buy to feel validated as the people we are, because without those things we cease to exist. We become culture, and culture is the most repulsive thing to modern society. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. D&D race-based OMG. D&D is critical race theory. Next stream, Ginny's going to have a full list of race-based art. Don't say that. Don't say that. I will not have a full list of race-based art movements. Thank you very much, Nikki. Necrogoblicon rocks. I have heard good things about Necrogoblicon. The same person who I started going out with after they were doing LSD and they threw up was a big fan of Necrogoblicon. Callback. Kaleidoscope. Nesting doll. Theatrical performance. The dagger. Regret. I'm just saying words. Just saying words. Eventually, stream must in the entropic way of existence, we must constantly move from ordered and coherent thought into a breakdown of cohesion and understanding into something untethered, hyper-real, and disconnected from what could exist before as static and formal understanding. It's a good day today. Getting lots of good nonsense from me. I guess because I'm wearing this shirt. It's a good shirt. And before Ginny starts to read or read your. I know where you are? That's new. Wow, that'd be crazy. I can read like my specific coordinates. I don't think I should. That would probably be a bad idea. That'd be unintelligent. But I live in Las Vegas. I tell you that much. I bet if you came and sleuthed around, I mean, like, it's not that hard to stalk me, right? Like, I play in a band, and we play shows that are like public. Vegas is not big. Um, yeah, it's really easy to stalk people, right? Anyway, hour specific. Gonna send the last message? No. LBJ took the IRT down to 4th Street, USA. When he got there, what did he see? The youth of America on LSD? That's kind of a bar. What is this? Who is LBJ? Lyndon Johnson? Is LBJ Lyndon Johnson? What's the IRT? This is from Hair. Ah. How self-referential and cyclical of us. What's the IRT? Train? Rail? Stalking sounds like so much work, though. Yeah, I don't know why anyone would do it. I like the use of the acronyms in that. I think like playing with acronyms is a fun poetic device. Some nice poiesis happening there. Yeah. Okay. I've said it before and I might still say it again. Interborough rapid transit. But stream is over, is what I was trying to say again before I got interrupted by Interborough rapid transit. Before I interrupted myself to read Interborough rapid transit out loud, which I did not have to do. Okay. Bye, guys. Guys, gals, days, gays, fays, fairs, hair, the musical. Martin Heidegger?